everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. Flat Thursdays continue, and we're headed back to outer space again. It's going to get very rocky. It's going to get very rocky. As you can see in our two little reference pictures in the corner, we're going to kind of combine a little nebula stuff with some rocky stuff. Yeah, I think that should be pretty fun here. Let me see if I can get rid of this. Okay, that's not going away. Let me just do this here. There we go. There was something blocking the chat, so we had to get rid of that. So, Horsey last week, oh geez, it's still there. It's not going away. What's it say? Subscribe to earn drops, whatever the heck that means. Now, we do have our trusty camera over here. Got our trusty little camera. Keep that over there, and we're going to try and take as many pictures as we can. We will start off in the usual way. We're going to start drawing things out. I just realized I need my reference here, so I'm going to get that where I can actually see it, because right now it's not where I can see it. That's not it either. That's better. Let's do this here. Gonna have fun times with some rocky stuff here. Now let's see. We gotta make sure that this crosses us. See, it can't just be right down the middle here. Hey there, Steve. How you doing? Still a happy Thursday here for 1 hour 7 minutes. So, Stephen, I hope that you are doing fantastical there. Great to see you. I mean, they're not like a whole lot of. It's not terribly complex what we're doing here. It's not a really complicated thing. Let's get this guy going over here. Hey, the Armored Wolf, how you doing? Yeah, it was. I do think Armored Wolf. You could say that there was progress made with the AI stuff, especially with the kitty and being able to basically, and the car, right? The kitty and that car being able to essentially wrap something around basically a gray photo, I guess would you say, of the stuff. Thanks, Steve. I've been trying really hard to learn a few different forms of AI. Actually, Armored Wolf. I'm gonna after, let's see, for next week, I'm actually going to subscribe to a video generation, an AI video generation thing, and just see how it works. I'll just do it for 1 month. And the one reason is because after some research, it's the only long form. Hey, Nurgle Matthew, great to see you. So everything else is pretty much, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, maybe 30 seconds. This is supposed to be like cinema length, which, obviously I wouldn't be using it for tutorials. However, if I want to maybe be able to import parts of things in there and then turn it into something that's maybe 15, 20 minutes long, right now, it's the only thing that could really do it. So great to see you, Nurgle Matthew. So, and it's called Sky Reels. That's it, called Sky Reels. And I looked at, now what's interesting is that it's not very good when it comes to image generation. It's not all that great. So I would just kind of continue using the one to do the images and then the other to try and do the videos there. Nurgle Matthew, I can't wait for you to see the Indy car. Oh gee whiz, good grief! Let me get rid of this. There we go. Sorry about that. That doesn't that alarm doesn't sound when I'm filming. It only does when of course, when I'm trying to stream, because that's how it should go. Actually, no. Wait a minute. That's what's here. That is what's over here. We got lots of holes. It's like Swiss cheese. Well, that's making me hungry already. It's already making me hungry. Do we got this round enough? It is a little bit difficult to say. I better move this over here because it is hard to see the chat. Where the camera boom is not easy at all. So Of course, Indianapolis 500 is earlier than I thought it was because, well, much as we would love to have 32 days in May, there's not. So that means it's the 25th, and it's either going to be I stream my Indianapolis 500 thing tomorrow, or I was thinking of doing a substitute Saturday on Sunday, which, well, that would be race day. So I'm thinking that I might actually save that for Sunday. Hopefully that sounds good. But yeah, I was thinking, oh, why don't we just hang on to that for Sunday? And I was able to basically take the render of the STL, and I was able to basically wrap this around it and add some other things. Do I have the vehicle here? Now, of course, it's out of reach. I will try to grab it at some point here and show folks, but I'm kind of excited about that. It is not an easy thing to print or assemble for that matter. I think what I'll do is I'm going to do subsequent ones. I'll print it, but I think I'm going to just print it smaller because I want to do our hype train one also. No idea how it's going to treat that because it would be working off of this graphic right here. So I'm not sure how it would quite treat that. I really, this was one of my favorite spacescapes, and I've painted it several times, and I have none of them. There's literally none of them here. I've given all of them away. So I'm just like, and of course this one will probably get given away too. It's just the nature of the beast, I suppose. Okay, just again, I'm gonna chunk these babies out here like so. We got our cloudy, dusty thing there, whatever. We got our things doing this stuff here. Boom. Doing the stuff. Blammo like that. Another one. Blammo over there. So great to see everybody. Hopefully, for the last few days have been kind to folks. Don't always work that way. Now I'm going to try to sort of maybe solidify a few of these larger ones here. Like it do. Okay. Yeah, let's draw it out more that way. Fine. Oh, by the way, this is the, well, it's even this, I just realized this is not the full, come on, the full image right here. It's still cut off on the bottom to make it more, to make it kind of fill up the screen there. So it's been a while since I last did this one, so I was just like, why is that? That seems weird that I just have a couple of the rays and strata there. Well, that's because the whole thing should be there. Alright, now on this one here, it's always fun doing the combo holes like this. Yeah, we're going to try to, my target is to get to somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 pictures. I think that I've been kind of managing to get to about 17. Yeah, fine. We'll do a little something there. Okay, is nice. Let me get rid of this thing. Let me grab this, and it is picture time. Picture time. There we go. That actually looks a little bit more like something than our typical one. Now this one, you could kind of see what it was. I was Our Balrog was a little more tricksy. The one that was this one right here was like, what in the world is that in the drawing phase, right, Velfira? How you doing? So we got our space Ganna, and yeah, this one you could kind of tell what it was, and I think maybe even our space puppy. Yeah, you could tell what that was. This was another one, right, Velfira? It's like, what in the world is this? Oh, by the way, these stickers came in the other day. Well, actually, I kind of like this matte finish here. It almost is more, it's even more like a pizza box. So yeah, this was the latest batch of stickers to come in. It's a small batch. Hey there, Sectorix. So yeah, Sectorix, I was just saying that I'm going to try to give, gosh, what is it? I almost said Skynet, but Sky Reels. I'm going to give that a little chance next week. Since I won't be around too much this weekend or streaming. So that's what we're going to be putting that around. Now, again, unfortunately, I was trying to assemble the one Velfira where I was able to get the wheels printed separately, and of course, that went all kinds of haywire. So I just remember I said I was just going to sculpt a wheel here. It is not exactly perfect, but it's going to have to be good enough for government work there. I actually had to take this and I had to heat it up to melt it and bring it down. So yeah, this it got a little bit crazy. Yeah, I think if I print these out anymore, they're just gonna have to be like really, really small. Although I mean, it's a nice size, right, Phil? Look at that, fits on the screen perfect. So I wish that I could kind of just save that, but I don't think I'll be able to. Let me just move some stuff out of the way here, because that is gonna want to just fall off. There we go. That's better. So I think, well, the reason, again, like I was going to give that Sky Reels an actual test for at least a month is because it can do full length. It's supposed to, I mean, if you want a video that's an hour and a half long, it's supposed to be able to make that for you. I'm not going to be doing that, but I kind of need videos that are longer than 30 seconds. So that could be very handy. So yeah, don't be surprised if you see like an animated Wapelius spell brush walking around some of my painted terrain, because I want to give that a try. Now this is the not Severus blue here, by the way. Just so you just throwing it out there. Don't want to scrub that too hard, because then the pencil starts doing all kinds of wackadoodle things there. No way to tell, Velfira. I know Saturday, because I ain't going to be here Saturday. Other days, well, Monday, that's because the family wants to do something on Monday. Now, in all likelihood, that just means that maybe Monday is later. Which, I mean, huge surprise, right, Velfira? Alright, says, so Sectrix, again, appreciate you being here. I know it's, the late nights are difficult.
So say we all.
Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. That is 6 months worth. Oh, actually, Velfira, I also have to make the red velvet cupcakes again. For Saturday, of all things. So that was the other thing I was trying to gather up, Velfira, was all the red velvet stuff. So don't be surprised if I'm sending you pictures of that. So Camda, the footy game was rough. Actually, I get this message from Recoil saying, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he says, "It's the first quarter." And I went, "Holy smokies." So yeah, I completely forgot. It was that crazy. I completely forgot it was the first quarter of dogs versus cats. Which, well, let's just say that by halftime, I believe the doggies were down by 33. And it was actually worse than that. And then at one point in the fourth quarter, with about 3 minutes left in the game, they tied it. There were some questionable referee decisions, no doubt about it. Because Recoil is not a Dogs fan necessarily, and he was like, holy smokes, what's going on here? Now, I don't know if Mum was throwing things at the TV or not, but they could actually see it. I can only hear it. And again, here's the linseed racer. But yeah, Velfira, it was just I think it was just an ad popped up on my YouTube for coverage of the race, and it says, it's talking about, the 22nd. They're doing all the preview stuff, and race day is the 25th. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Kind of forgot. Yeah, Velfira. Much as we would again love it, like a couple of Tuesdays in May and make it like May 33rd or something like that. That would be pretty cool. I don't think Armored Wolf would mind a few Tuesdays right now. Okay, yeah, so there's our watercolory stuff there. Now let's continue with this here. Oh, by the way, I was using that new video. Oh man, Sector X. I think I sent you pictures of how I that the kitty, right, combining that with the A. Now, one thing I am seeing is there's some shiny here. Now, they're not exactly dry yet, but this is some of the new alkyds here. Look at this weird asphaltum color. And look at how they spelled it. That is how they spelled it. That looks really weird. This looks more like asphaltum than that does. I mean, the Van Dyke Brown, pretty much Van Dyke Brown. And this is the royal orange they sent. That's basically, it looks like perline orange. Or no, sorry, Puro orange. But look at this. Look at this here, perline black. That basically is perline black right there. So I wasn't, again, all the other stuff was pretty much Dio, violet, Prussian blue, indigo were kind of, your classics. But yeah, perline black was actually perline black. I was a little concerned after seeing what the heck happened with the other stuff. I was like, wait, what's going on here? Where's my, there you are. So again, with the watercolory stuff, this is going to be different than the approach we had the first time we did this. I can tell you that right now. So yeah, Velfira, it's definitely it's not the favorite month out of the year, is it? That's for sure. So that was the water washable oils. That was a color chart. Boy, talk about a video that contains everything. That video contains basing, prepping, gap filling with the modeling paste. It includes all the AI stuff, and it includes a color chart, a couple of color charts. Right, Nix? How you doing, Nix? Appreciate that, Nix. So hopefully you're doing really well. Thank you so much. A lot of that's the Cobra stuff, Camda. So great to see you there. Appreciate that, Nix. Well, I assume that training is really starting to pick up for you there, Nix. I'm thinking training it's maybe not super heavy duty right now, but it's getting there. So Nick, so again, I know you're probably super busy with, again, trying to ramp up the training regime once more. But otherwise, I hope that everything is going really well there, Nick. So, all right, we're gonna get a picture of this. Where's my do thingy here? It's oils, the original watercolors, right? Right, Valfira. Oh, sorry about that, Nick. Now, is it more of the arthroscopic variety there? So hopefully that means also a, speedy, what would you say, a speedy recovery there as well, hopefully. And nope, that is not a sun. That's not what that is, but we are again doing more of the watercolory approach here. Okay, well that's kind of a relief there, Nick. So yeah, I was like, uh-oh. I was hoping that was not going to be a massive, again, impediment to any kind of training regimes or whatever. Yeah, we need those. Kind of, oh boy, I was kind of been scrubbing away some of my drawing here. Let me get that back in there then. Let's continue on with this. That's going to continue down more over here, I guess. So I think, I don't know, Nixel, if you've seen all of the spacescape things that have been going on. Well, I guess we'll still do these anyways. We'll just get some stuff out here. So where's our last one? Wrong shelf. There it is. So we've been sticking more with the nebulas of late. There's our Space Balrog after Space Shadowfax, Space Sauron, Space Gandalf, Space Lion, Space Wolf, Space Australia. Oh, and by the way, I don't know if people saw, but I did put up the latest. Actually, Camda, you got the link for the latest tutorial video, right? Not unlike the other one where it's just like for whatever reason it didn't send it. Because I sent that this morning, and then I also posted another. It's one of the old videos, right from years ago. One of the ones that I couldn't just immediately upload to the other channel. Yeah, the Grievous one, Camda. Hopefully you got that. Now again, if you subscribe to this channel right here, this is where all of the sessions, like this one here, that's where it's going to have to go, is over there. And I successfully uploaded the orc ships there. Our orc mime ships there, those that was successfully sent over to the Linseed Fellowship channel. Okay, that's good, Camda. That's good. That's all I wanted to hear. That's what I needed to know. So it's we're good to roll there then, Camda. That's good. That was well. Remember I said that basically YouTube was having some kind of an aneurysm, and it messed up everything. It messed up the Twitch stuff. It messed up the Patreon stuff. Messed up everything. So thanks, Nick. So appreciate that. Oh, and Nixel on the 13th. Where is it? Here it is. So I don't think you got a chance to see this either. So I created this Mega Kathy bust out of the STL files, and we painted this up on the 13th. So there's Jiro right there. So yeah, that was the 13th. We painted that up. Yeah, I figured Camda because that people got it because last time I got a message saying, okay, where's the actual link? Because I got the message, I didn't get any link. Nice to see you there, Doji. Nixel, that was actually printed out in FDM. That was the only way to get it that huge. That was the only way to get it that huge. So great to see you there, Doji. If you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. So I hope that you're doing really well, Doji. Let me get a smidge of the little bit of the magenta in there. Wait, 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 wait. Let me do this. Let me take a picture of this here real quick. So again, oil's the original watercolor. All right, where'd me brush go? There it is. Well, hopefully you get to your summer holidays there, Doji, and it does mean you get some time to do some painting. Actually, speaking of which, Doji, why don't you share some of your fabulous oil stuff there? Same thing, Camda, you want to share the busts. Actually, Velfair, if you want to share the dragon and stuff, please go ahead. Oh, and the Conquest Creations Isengard stuff is in that came in. Remember I said, hey, I think that's coming in soon. Even I still didn't even. I still got I think two more pieces after the one that's going right now. Actually, it's probably almost finished right now. But I'm doing the Barrow Down stuff. Well, Isengard is what I'm going to start printing next. So yeah, we're going to be printing out the Isengard stuff. Okay, now we're going to leave this stuff alone. Let's get back to our blues here. Everybody check out that link that Doji just shared. Now we're getting there. Starting to get darker. More of that up here. Some more of it out on the end there. Now we're going to get some of that down over here. Now it's almost it's almost watercolory, but with like a dry brush type of thing going on. Let's do this here. Okay. More. That's going to come down further. We need the dark there. Boy, Velfair, I tried to. Well, of course, I think part of it, Velfair, is there is actually an Eagle Nebula. So I think the AI keeps basically wanting to draw or do the Eagle Nebula whenever we're trying to do a a reference of it. So that's a little tricksy. That is definitely a little bit tricksy. Actually, Velfair, I do have that sculpt. I think it's Diwali. Yeah, it's Diwali. I do have that one. I don't have it on a base ready to paint yet, but I do actually have the Diwali. Well, is it Gandalf in Guahir, or is it? I'm pretty sure it's what's his name, Radagast in Guahir. So Nixo, I don't know if you had a chance to hang out with anybody. I haven't had a chance to do any of the hangouts or anything like that with anybody. Now I wasn't sure if you still had those going on with Megan and such. Oh, Valheim, that's it. If you were still playing Valheim. More of here. We're gonna start putting some more of this dark here now. Goes all the way around like so. Let's do that on, especially the main ones here. Yeah, the new job and everything like that, and the new stuff going on. So that's not a huge surprise. Come on, give me a bigger one there. So at some point, Valkyria. Well, I was trying to do a Galadriel Nebula, and there's actually some interesting images that it did create. I'll have to send you those. Okay, let's. What'll be interesting, Valkyria? I wonder if I can take pictures of my Battlefleet Gothic ships and go into AI and have that put them. And that basically, oh, that's why I want the animation thing. That's it. Yes, I wanted to have my Battlefleet Gothic ships basically going through space in front of my spacescape. So that'll be some of the very first vids that I try to do with that. I keep wanting to call it Skynet, Sky Reels. I may just call it Skynet, just for funsies. I think I'm just gonna call it Skynet. So yeah, especially now that I've got my own, well, not my own, but I downloaded those files and I've been printing those out. Those new BFG ships. Well, they're not really BFG ships, but you get where I'm going. So Doji, hopefully you'll be able to have your usual bakery run tomorrow. Actually, Doji, I'm creating my own bakery run again. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing the red velvet cupcakes again. Oh, geez, Velfera, that's what I forgot to send you. Uh, During the game, Recoil created a real quick AI thing of the autocorrect monster. So yeah, I don't I don't have the ability to kind of conjure that up right now, but maybe when Recoil comes in, I'll ask him to post it or something like that. So yeah, Recoil did he did an image of the autocorrect monster during the game last night. I think now we're gonna start maybe getting into some of the smaller bits and pieces here. Bits and pieces and bits. Well, that's fantastic, Nixel. Oh yeah, Nixel, that's right. We got the merch stuff going on. Oh, I don't have. I meant to have our scale ale in here. Actually, I think Recoil got one of those too. One of the scale ale water bottles there. Let me darken this even more. A little touch of that magenta in there. I'm actually going to make some of these pieces a little bit bigger too. Like that. Then picture time again. I think I had like 11 maybe step-by-step pictures of this the first time I did it. Now that's pretty well. I guess some of us are not old enough to remember, right, Valfira? I guess so. Okay, so now we got those looking darker there. Ooh, okay, that was gonna get really dark there too, but now I'm gonna start to infuse not just the darker stuff here, but maybe also a little bit more in the way of some details here. Then we're gonna get some of our lighter stuff going. It's a bit like the like our other spacescapes. We can kind of start in the middle, working our way to the darker parts of things. Then we're gonna go back and work our way towards the lighter side of things. So again, you can kind of see the crater rims now starting to take a little more prominence. Also, they have a the edge is not quite so circular anymore. So yeah, I'm really now I can't wait, Velfera, to see what the Battlefleet Gothic ships are going to look like. Well, with something like this in the background and basically turn it into a movie of some kind, I can see I have the planet rotating or something like that, and these things moving around in space. That's going to be intriguing, I think. And again, the idea of the Wapilius Spellbrush figure literally walking through some of my terrain. Basically, a virtual tour of Wampoville. There you go. Okay, so again, they're less circles now, and now they're starting to become more of an oval type of a thing. And also, I want to take pictures of things like this and have this sailing, kind of like, oh, is that like World of Warships or whatever? Now I want to animate my ships and everything. Let me do some more of this right here. Now, can you imagine a video of our linseed racer at Indianapolis Speedway? I think that's going to be super fun. Well, I know we know that Max Velocity loves those traffic cameras, right? How else is he going to shame people for parking under an overpass, right, Velfira? Yeah, you got to have those. And again, if you're in a tricky weather situation, do not park under the overpass. First of all, you'll create a massive traffic jam, or just create a 200 car pileup behind you or including you. Also, you are now in a wind tunnel, so that funnels the debris. You're actually going to get hit by more debris doing that. So see you later there, Doji. As always, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Okie dokie. Do our star spattery stuff there. Oh, my brown. And then we'll have to get a lot of, there's some really teensy ones that we're also going to be including in all this. Come on, want that going in the right direction there. Okay, and let's get ourselves another picture of this. I think we're up to what, about 5 now, maybe, Valfira? And again, the scene is this that we're doing. So that is what we're doing. It's almost time to start adding some of our lighter stuff here. Not quite. We're getting there. So yeah, that is literally the last place you want to be. If things are jinky like that, essentially what you're doing is it's like, wow, I really want to get away from this house fire now, because it might get a little toasty in this house fire. And pretty much you head to the room that's got the most flames in it, lock yourself in there. That's about the same thing. Do I want? Yeah, fine. We'll get some of that up there. Okay, now I do believe it's time to let's see the light. Yeah, Camda, I must have painted this scene since the 90s. I've probably painted this thing about 7 times or so. I've also painted it with the oils. The one that you're looking at, the one I just showed that picture of, we painted that on stream years ago. I don't think it was the first spacescape we painted, but it was towards the start of our spacescape painting, that's for sure. Okay, so I think we got one here. It's going to be coming down like so. There. Another one there. And then we got another one here. So yeah, this is one of my favorite spacescapes. There's a couple of different ones that I've always really liked, and this is definitely one of them. Let's get some more of there we go. More of a blast type of a thing. They're just kind of getting this underway here. As far as starting to add in some of our light, maybe a touch of blue in there. Maybe a little more blue. And this is our that's our not radiant blue from Paul Rubens. Actually, Velfair, I don't think this one did. This one didn't get an ornament. I think the purple Spacegate might have gotten one. But this one definitely didn't get an ornament. I'm pretty sure about that. Ironically enough, it's not really the best composition for the circular thing. Because, well, typically, like normally, this is a vertical composition. When the first several times I painted this, it was a vertical composition. I can't do vertical compositions on stream here. So they either have to be turned horizontal like this, or they don't happen, or they happen in a circular ornament like our sailing ship. And I think I sent a few people some images. So what was it? Google Memories reminded me that on this date 2 years ago, the desk that I'm using right now, that's when it first went up. It was 2 years ago today. I tore down the old desk, like literally from the 1980s, the old computer desk, and then put this one up. So it's a bit of an anniversary. That was not quite the, obviously I get a lot of the Google photo memory things and all that. that really wasn't one of the things I ever thought I was going to see. Because last I checked, even I know that it's May 22nd, and that's what the date was, May 22nd, that the new desk went up. And that, remember, that was the one that folks had donated that was supposed to actually go up in May of 2022. Due to circumstances, that did not happen. So it went up in 2024. No, 2023. That's right. Yes, May 22nd of 23. Look at me doing numbers. So I can see there's a little bit of blue in there. And guess what? Take me a picture of that. Then we're going to try and add some lighter stuff inside the craters there. I mean, we're what, an hour in? No, 45 minutes in. That's all. All right, we'll grab this and some of this. Maybe some of that too. There you go. That's gonna go in there on all these. And then if we have to go darker around the outside of these, we'll do that. A lot of these we already have a C. We got a decent amount of dark in place there already. Hey, Sea Dragon, happy Thursday / Friday. So Sea Dragon, I hope that you're doing very well. Geez, and the Sea Dragon, I think you got to see at least one or two of the mounted barristers, right? And I think you saw last week's Space Shadow Facts. At least, yeah, I'm pretty sure you saw Space Shadow Facts last Thursday. And of course, this is ready. Again, I think we'll do this on Sunday then. And I've got, boy, CJ, I can't wait for people to see. Oh, yes, yeah, there's definitely a bunch of little hidden misprints on there, that's for sure. So that would be these guys right here. Again, the mounted barristers from Creature Get. Oh, actually, Valfair, based on the success that I had with that big kitty there from Conquest, and now that I got, well, I have pictures of those guys. I'm going to try and do that scene again, but with pictures of my of the actual figures. Now, I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll see if we can engineer something. Come on, there we go. Drag some of that out here too. So again, thanks for joining us here, Sea Dragon. Appreciate that. More of that. Yeah, but more of the white in there. Smush some of that out of the brush. So yeah, we'll darken up some stuff around some of these edges here, I think. Also, where's my... Nah, that there, okay, that's better. This is that, not just reflected light, but also some of the warmer color happening there. for wee little rocks. Grab some of this and some of this. And I'm going to see what happens if we kind of do a... Yeah, there we go. See, it's a little bit of a dry brushy kind of thing we're going to do there. Also over here. Again, if we want this stuff in the craters here to look like it's lighter, we better have some dark around them here too. Much as we love all of our watercolory stuff, that's a highly technical painting term right there. So again, just gonna do a dry brush that does wet blending. We like to call it the wettest dry brush ever. There we go, so it kind of smooths out some of the stuff going on there. More you, a little bit more of the Van Dyke brown. And this is now also a little bit of a temperature difference too. You know, you get some of the manganese blue in there. Right, that got dark. That definitely got darker. And of course, Sea Dragon, if there's something that you want to share in the chat or anything, please go ahead. Let me try this. Like so. Yeah, there we go. There, now I'm starting to see that little bit of extra dark in there. Well, we'll get the edge of that crater there to make that a little lighter, I think. Picture time again. I need some more dark over on that side too, I think. Yeah. Now maybe more of the reddish brown around here. Again, that is much more of a... That definitely has more of a glaze element to it. Maybe not that. Let me get this. Fine, we will just go glazy then. Be easier to spread it around quicker. Now, Velfira, that I think I've only done one painting animation so far. Yeah. And again, if folks could subscribe to the that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, that would be sensational. Because right now I'm super limited in what I can do on it because, well, it's a new channel, doesn't have the subscribers like the existing channel does. Thanks, Nurgle Matthew. It's a rockin' Thursday night, right, Nurgle Matthew? mean, rock on, all that stuff. Oh yeah, yeah, space orc. The Goth rockers. That's right. This must be where they hang out. More of our dark is gonna go that way. I'm gonna chuck me a little bit more of the green up here, actually. More light down here. And it's not something that's gonna happen all in just kind of the one shot there. We can do a little bit, then we move on. It's just like a miniature. Okay, that just all of a sudden a big blob of thinner just came out of there, out of the brush. I went, okay, let's try this again. Same over here with this rock here. Hey there, lead logic. I guess lead logic, what does the mass and density have to be to not be considered light rock? Let me see if I can start doing some of the... Yeah, let's start doing some of the stuff here. Not over the crater there. So the gravity is that it's the Kenny G. So if it's not enough, doesn't have enough mass, it reaches into the Kenny G territory. I think if it's made of solid nickel iron, Valferret, then it becomes then it's definitely heavy metal. Yeah, that definitely yeah, without the light rock, definitely doesn't have to. Well, I guess I could have an acoustic guitar solo, but I'm not gonna have a guitar solo. Okay, so getting some of our later stuff now out and about by the rim. We also have to start thinking about some of the later stuff that's going to be going on around the edges of these little rocky bits here. But let's take our red, our Indian yellow, and let's start making this have a bit more of a intensity to it. Where's my sit down over here. Or around the edge of that. I do believe the original name, or the name of the original whatever it was, oh, Chaos and Creation. That's right. I think that's pretty much what the name of the original painting was back in the day. I guess it, well, it depends on the composition of the different gas clouds, right, Valfira? I guess If the gas clouds are made mostly of methane or something like that, I guess you would call that more Jurassic rock or something like that. Let me get a little bit of the black in there to make that really dark. I'm going to darken this up down here as well. All the way along that. Yeah, it just kind of needed to be darker there. I'm even going to carry my dark a little bit further down this way so there is even more for it to contrast against here. Like that. Okay, so and now we're at the 1 hour mark. Hey there, Elite. They're all the same brushes, Elite. The handles might be different. They're just different brands, but it's filbert brushes, and basically filbert brushes and liner brushes. Now let's see what happens with a wee spot of film noir here. Wow, yeah, that already. Look at see, you can already. There we go. See that how that blue your little rocky uh, plant right up there. See that kind of takes much more of a foreground approach when you get the orangey stuff in there. So yeah, Elite, those are the Princeton brushes, but just to try and save the wear and tear on those, we've been getting things like these golden maple brushes, essentially kind of glorified craft brushes. And again, the whole idea is to just kind of take some of the pounding away from the more expensive, even though they're not the super high price brushes, but they're still $5.50 a piece, whereas these are more like $1.70 a piece. So the idea is that these again take some of the punishment away from the Princeton brushes. Now we're gonna elevate our dark here, and then we've got to get the light around that too, and I might have to get more of the blue in our sky area here. So we'll see how that rolls. So great to see you there, Elite. And okay, that's it for that. Now let me see if I can't. Do we have good? We still have some of our white that is pretty much unaffected over here. I think I might actually have to go super glazy. Let me see what happens. See how this works initially here. Again, just going to get some of this lighter stuff on all of these rocks here. Yeah, we're gonna have to get a little bit more of our blue in there. Okay, glad I didn't do any of the spattery stuff yet. Then maybe even try to have a little bit of that on the cloud itself also. I'll definitely have to do some more of the dark around here if we're gonna have the star effect there. Is that what? Yeah, it comes up right about there. And we'll just have to do a little bit of this, and then we're just gonna have to let that set there. That's how it goes with this stuff. me try to magnify this a little bit more here. Let me go back to my some thinner on that. I think that just is going to be the way to go. Yeah, sure enough. Had to go thinner there. All of a sudden that gets a whole lot lighter. Here we go. And yeah, this is it's obviously very, very much a kind of a glaze thing happening here. But it's not like a pin line wash type of glaze. Paint is very thin. But again, it is definitely not a pin line wash. Get that ejecta here. Come on, there we go. And remember, all this stuff, it's very much wet on wet. There's no doubt about that. Everything that's happening here is all wet on wet. I think I'm actually going to take me a real quick picture here. Like so. Geez, Velfair, we might be up to 10 already. Breaking this down with as much as our thinner as we can. And now these craters definitely they need to catch a bunch of light because they're kind of catching the light from that thing. Let's add more here. Continue to add more of this, of our lightest light here. What about the, oh yeah, we do have some on the top edge of this, don't we? Yes, we do. Now here we can kind of get more involved in what's actually going on, the interiors of some of the craters there. Still, we'll come back and do more, I think, of the dark around the outer edges of some of these craters here. Now, I don't want to go too bonkers with doing light on this upper part here on these craters. Better give me some thinner into that. That was getting a little bit thick. And we'll actually be coming back with some of our dark over here as well. On the underside of both of these things, that's going to also sharpen those edges. Maybe start working some more down here. Maybe with some of our that's some of our Mars yellow deep comboed with the yellow there. Okay, well, there we are. Some more of that. Well, yeah, and then we're also going to come back and do a whole bunch more of the smaller creators. We also have to kind of texturize the rocks here a little bit. It's kind of very smooth where a lot of the rocks are. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. And of course, Inganes, why don't you share some of your stuff there in the chat? Fabulous oil painted miniatures. So happy Friday there, Inganes. I guess if I'm going to be saving our linseed racer for Sunday, I guess that means I will maybe paint up the last of the mounted baristas on the Friday stream. That would certainly make things a lot easier. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to be doing on the Friday stream. But check out that Instagram link that Ngane just shared. And then please give Ngane a follow because Ngane also streams the oil painting. Whoops, let me. Here we go. I need one of these. I'll take some of this, maybe a little touch of our white there too. Maybe a little more of it. Also with some of the Indian yellow, I suppose. That's what we need. Have to keep kind of refreshing that a little bit. No, no, no. That's as far as we can go with that. Let's go back more to the orange side of things here. Also, too, the edges on this, right? It's another form of cut. We got hard edges there, soft edges there. Also, still rocking some of the Trench Crusade there. Ink on his, that's fantastic. Eventually, we'll kind of get back to that too. Okay. So now that's starting to again get a little bit more solidity there. Thanks, Inkanes. Appreciate that. And everybody, please give Inkanes a follow. Oh, and again, we posted our latest tutorial video on the Patreon page. That's what's missing here. Where is he floating around? Yeah, our guy with the 4 lightsabers. Yeah, we need him on our Space Thursday here. Let me see if I can grab him without destroying too much stuff here. There he is. There we go. We don't usually have puppet shows that involve sci-fi stuff, do we? That's a little different there. Alright, back to these things here. Get some of this darker. And let's start to maybe refine the edges of some of these rocks. They're kind of just like little blobs there. Let's try and do something a little bit more here. Maybe give them some edges. So thanks again, Inganes. Appreciate that. And let folks know when you might be streaming again. I know that even when there is a set schedule, sometimes it's hard to just kind of remain in that one set schedule there. Some on some weeks, some occasions. I guess look out, Velfair, because there is going to be some mustards consumed after the stream. So if something like this happens, then it's because I had mustard after the stream. Now we're gonna take again our. Let me see. Well, we're 1 hour 15 minutes in, and now we're kind of starting to seek out more of a detail-oriented stuff. Whereas before it was just okay, position stuff, move stuff, manipulate stuff. So now let's see if we can start to just to solidify what's going on here in a lot of places there. Geez and Ganes, that is sorry about that. Yeah, this is definitely the bane of our existence here. Yeah, that is when you're self-employed, that is not going to be a bueno thing. Well, let's see. I've got it's basically kind of a local sort of a Polish sausage sort of a thing. That's what we'll be having here. Yeah, fine. We'll darken that, then we'll come back with some of our lighter blue as well. We need to start working on some of these craters. I also want that darker up here. However, whoops, I want some more of the blue in that. So that's also kind of an edge contrast that's going on right there. Yeah, Incanes, it's just sometimes it's just you never even get called in, and at other times, well, not going to say. I don't want to jinx anything. Not going to jinx anything. If I open my mouth, that is going to jinx something. We all know that is it's the bizarre negative power of well wishing here. Because anytime that is done, mayhem ensues. Oh yeah, definitely gotta get the dark going over here. Same there. We'll just grab you and we'll just do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if there's any way to do an AI monster of that, right, Camda? But it almost deserves its own AI monster. Darken that up. Yep, all along here. Again, trying to make some of these smaller craters too. Come on. Well, something. There we go. More of our smaller craters. Just made those kind of all over the place. I think I'm going to take a picture of this here. Yeah, let's take a picture of this the way it is here. I might do some spattering of set. Well, first we'll do some blending over clouds and the sky portion, and then we're gonna hit it with the spattery stuff. So let me just grab this guy here. That's a oh, there's that Cutman series, and again, this might be the alternative to the Princetons there if you can't get them, but you should be able to get the Cutman brushes. I just don't know why you wouldn't be able to get those. I mean, they're literally made in the UK. The paint is made in France. Okay, that might have been a little more of the thinner than I wanted to get on there, but whatever. Gonna darken that up a little bit more there. Now let's do our spattery thing, I believe, here. Oh, look, and we have a spattery brush there. Where's an area that I can mix this stuff up here? Spatter time. Okay, we got our stars out there now. Well, our little stars. And I might. Where did my? I think that's got a whole bunch of. Oh, it does have a whole bunch of dark stuff. Let me get rid of that. I'm gonna try and maybe make a few larger stars out of some of these. Pick them out here. Not that one. Maybe this one over here. Because we gotta get the light stuff around the edges of more of our rocks here. Does actually still have a trace of that blue on it. So again, I want this to all kind of look like it's being lit from behind here. Now here we have to kind of change the direction of this so it's kind of facing towards where that light is. Like this one here, right? That needs to be down here. So we don't want to, we want to track where our light is. And probably we'll still add some of our, not Severus blue out there, which is essentially a substitute for cerulean blue. Way more effective than cerulean blue, and, well, now if you get the Elkid version, it's way cheaper than cerulean blue. If you get the Williamsburg version, it still is cheaper than cerulean blue, and again, it also is much more effective. Still some more of these guys missing there. Again, a little bit sort of a highlight on them there. Shows up more when there's more dark behind it. So again, we might have to do a little bit more of our darker blue back there, which would probably be some kind of a dry brush probably. Yeah, we don't want that edge to be too smooth. It is supposed to be basically a small little rocky planetoid thing here. Lighten you up a little more and then continue that trail. Might just paint a few more of our stars up here. Maybe some bigger ones. We hit this down here. Now, yeah, there's a couple of these that, well, need to get some really lights of it, and then again, we'll have to go with the dark around the outside again. See some of these smaller ones that are only sort of drawn in with the darker stuff for right now. Yep, we do need the light up there. Okay. Whoops, that one's, well, that's going to just be a larger crater than it was supposed to be initially. Nah, I want some of the our Mars yellow deep in there. Essentially a supercharged yellow ochre. Maybe a little bit more of our weight gets involved in that. Inside the crater, I wonder if that's let me try this brown here. Nope, I want to get some of my yellow ochre in there. Nope, more of that. Like, there we go. As the inside our craters here, we need a little something more, but also not just, well, white. And you can see that if a color goes somewhere, it still goes everywhere, right? The blue is working its way over, right, onto the, even into the craters and such. Just taking another picture here again. Now, for the folks, I know I sent the pictures, the AI pictures that it generated of that of the linseed racer to a few folks. That was another example where it kind of got you out of the creative bias because effectively it made the vehicle almost look like it was either glowing or like it was a hot coal or something like that. And that really wasn't what I was initially thinking. I was just thinking, okay, we would just kind of superimpose the ring design and the lettering on it. I didn't really think to make the vehicle itself look like it almost had its own interior glow. So that is what we're going to do on our linseed racer. Again, I believe that is going to be the Sunday stream, a special substitute Saturday on a Sunday. That's got some red in it now. Since my, they're just trying to get my thumb out of the way there. Just looking at my original image that I painted, there was definitely got a little bit of red in here. That's also, again, we got the red over there, so we need at least something that's vaguely reddish down over here. And now the rest of this surface won't look quite so smooth either. We're going to start to roughen this up a little bit here. Now we don't want it all to just be that red here. We want to also get some of our uh, alternative yellow ochre. I can just maybe use it. Well, okay, that's got a little bit too much of the liquid on there. Let me get rid of some of that. There we go. Makes a better blending brush if it doesn't have any of the liquid in there right now, at least. You know what? That needs to be darker up there. However, I think I'm also going to see if I can't do a little bit of a cheaty thing with some of the blue up there. Let's see. Got two more pieces, so, well, I'm hoping that at least Saturday I'll be able to, while I'm away, at least have the bamboo printer do the first of the Conquest Creations Isengard terrain. Probably will choose like some of the biggest pieces and whatever's going to take the longest time, print those while I'm not here. Now, whoa, look at that. See that? That created all of a sudden much easier to see. And I think now it's also, again, things are going to start looking a little bit more on the rocky side. Right, not quite as smooth of a surface anymore. When in doubt, make things darker. It's going to make it a whole lot easier for any light colors that you have to show up without having to go bonkers with the really light colors. Because eventually, if it's just white, it has, well, it has no more color. It starts to look real dingy. And let's see, what are we? We are 1 hour 34 minutes in here. That's it. Grand total of 94 minutes. Yeah, let me get them. Well, yeah, actually, that is got a little bit of reddishness to it. Also, it's not quite as Fulton dark or something like that. I got the dark on a couple of different sides of these craters here. Let me go back to my. Now, see, it kind of bounces back and forth in the application. That's almost getting kind of a watercolory application right after doing a whole bunch of almost dry brush type stuff. And the idea is that this is what you would do with the watercolors, right? You're just going to grab that color and then kind of like come along for a ride, drag that around. So thank you, Comrade Wolf, for posting the link to the Linseed Fellowship again. That is the new YouTube channel. If you want to be able to see this, well, I guess it'll be on Twitch for 14 days or 15, whatever it is, but this will go away. It will be headed here. So it's going to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So go there. That is where you're going to be able to see past highlights. And again, I'll be altering the was it the about page or something like that with that link and stuff. I just wanted to wait until that channel was more formulated with all the what is that? Our thumbnails, descriptions, all that good stuff. Okay, trying to darken some of these up, make them rougher. We got to figure out, yeah, some of these craters here. They're going to need some of our little bit of blue reflected light in them as well. Speaking of our blue, let me. Okay, here's my Severus blue. That is going to start to work its way out onto the landscape here just a bit. Get into some of the craters here. A fun bit of the, again, the reflected light in there. Go up here and mess around. Yep, we do need some more of that up here. Well, not too much. It's kind of wiping out what we have in terms of our darks there. Get more, see more of the blue up in the upper reaches there. And then around some of our rocks here, I'm just gonna see I'm kind of scumbling some of this in. Here's put some of that there, and all that does, see, it makes that edge stand out more. I need to do the same over here, otherwise, again, there's really nothing for that light to show up against. Not sure if I really want to go, yeah, I don't want to go too much darker than that. Now here, let me let that mix with our darkest blue there. That was, yeah, okay. See, I'm just taking this brush and doing this scumbling action. That's just about blending a weird brushstroke thing that happened there. So once again, if I do this with the that kind of mid-range blue, that's again kind of like a Severus blue slash cerulean blue. See how our rocky highlight just got a bunch lighter there? She got a little bit of the manganese blue in on that just there. I must really be getting hungry there because all of a sudden this thing just reminded me of a cupcake. In fact, the red velvet cupcakes, which I have to make. There's your frosting on top, and there's your cupcake stuff down underneath there. Yeah, so already thinking about cupcakes there. This is a cuisine channel after all. Definitely got cupcakes on the brain. Uh, Now, I guess lead logic. I guess it would also depend on what's the composition of the frosting atmosphere. Now, we're gonna have a couple of different type of cupcake planetoids. There, we're gonna have ones with the more traditional. What is that? Not the it's the not cheesecake. Oh, the cream cheese frosting will be on half, and then the other half are going to get the chocolate frosting. And I get to bring out the cake decorating tools also again. Yeah. And well, now it's been long enough that hopefully I haven't forgotten everything that I learned the first time around. Yeah, I think somebody, oh, I was one of Kathy's friends, she never had a Betty Crocker oven. So someone, I guess, got her one for her birthday, and she was just really shocked to see that it was basically like a plastic box with a light bulb in it. So whatever stuff you were baking in there, yeah, that wasn't exactly a kiln that you had. So I'm not quite sure what you could bake in the Betty Crocker oven. I think it did come with some stuff, some kind of recipe or something you could throw in there. Okay, I'm gonna try and get all the little craterage and stuff here. It's weird, lead logic. I do have actually LED lights that do generate some heat, but not quite like the old-fashioned yellow bulbs, right? The incandescent ones. You almost needed asbestos gloves to change them, even after they've been off for 10 minutes. Okay, I'm going to try and make the edges, especially on the big ones here, going to try the edges of the craters be a little bit more, well, rough and cratery. Picture time as well. And away we go. There we are. Just going to work it like this. Yeah, like that there. Also here. And now, much like I did on the other one, it's time to start putting something in here other than just the big dramatic fast little brush strokes there. Let's get some rocks and whatever's happening here. Maybe again, some other little small craterage in this area too. No, 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 no. Let me play with some of this here. Some of that is getting mighty dark. That's almost got a bit more of the reddish brown going on there. So Lid Logic, if there's anything you've been working on there, Lid Logic, you wanted to post that in the chat. Go ahead there. Hopefully, again, things have been going as well as possible. There's a bazillion different things that we've been working on here. And we just posted the latest video to the Patreon page. Got back into the shatter points of that was the General Grievous, which had been prepped for quite some time. Finally got a chance to do that one. And here we are. That is almost a bit of a wet blending kind of a thing here. Yeah, there we are. I still got to get a little bit of light along the edge of that rock over there, and might even be in. Let me do this. I wasn't going to initially, but I'm going to see what happens with some wood. I might be a little too light. Nah. Maybe not too light. So it's almost like these are reflecting your planet there, or moon, or asteroid, or Kuiper Belt object, or whatever. Touch more there. Yeah, remember when this really it was, again, just that kind of watercolory surface, but there's still a bunch of that on the underside here. So underneath this regolith here is some of our old original, very much a watercolor application. Yes, these are oil paints. We spent pretty much the first 40 minutes just doing watercolor type stuff on this. More here. But I'm gonna make that darker up there, I think. Yeah, let's roll with this mixed with our blue. The one that's gonna be an interesting kind of a greenish color again. Whoops, that's a little darker than we wanted, so we'll bring some of that in. It's still gonna keep the greenish tone. There we go. Now we're just about right. And that into the craters there. We're gonna again try to find a little more detail, and especially the bigger ones, like this guy here. Or the ones that are just generally in the foreground. I mean, this sure needs a bit more in the way of that detail. Also needs some of our blue as well. Build it. Yeah, let me take away a little bit more of the white that's out there. At some point, I'll have to get my fast map white out there, and then really, really, really hit our lightest lights. But that's gonna be a while from now because I want to let this other stuff at least a half an hour or more before I start fooling around with that and put that really light stuff out there. Yep, down in that crater there too. Might still do a little more. Yeah, we'll pull down some more dark in that crater. Also, again, have to start thinking about now some of the rims of these craters, maybe doing some lighter stuff. Also, we've been doing kind of the darker rocks out here. I got to start doing some lighter stuff out there too. Whoops. Okay, there's maybe a little bit more of the liquid that I wanted on that brush. Even let a little bit of that work its way up here again. Some of that blue, whatever. You know what? I think it's another area I think that I need to just gonna solidify this a little. There we go. That just needed to be darker, so the lighter edges there are gonna show up more on our little space boulders here. Again, kind of doing that scumbling brush stroke. It's very much a watercolor type of thing that I'm doing there. And look at this. See, I'm just gonna take that. See how that edge gets softer? Let me. Is this gonna be? You know, I kind of need to do. Whoops, not quite there. But yeah, see that was. I need to do that here to make this show up more. Yep. There we go. And also soften the edge of that cloud there. That's a. We got to soften up that because this our asteroid input, whatever's about to happen there. Well, that's not really contrasting a whole lot edgewise. Now, hopefully, it will as we break this down a little. Aha, much better. This edge here was such a hard. It was competing with these things. And remember again, the harder edges they come forward because your eye just sees those, it notices those. That's why if you're doing, say, cloth, or let's say it's a portrait, whatever, right? Here, let me. Do I have it out here? It's why the side of the cheek, right? It's a very soft edge versus the ear, which is a very sharp hard edge. It kind of signify that's the end of that shape. Again, whereas the cheek area there is a much softer blend. If that was a hard edge on the cheek, then okay, maybe they have a square face. But if it's round, you probably want to go with the softer edge. That got a little wonky in there. I'm just going to also let that get a little bit darker. I think I must have stuck my finger in there. I don't know, maybe not. Because I don't see any residue on my hand. Now with this whole arena down here softened down, that's gonna start making more. I also had to darken this. Maybe the manganese blue, a little bit of our Prussian blue. And now, yeah, see, we had that little bit of dark here. I mean, it's like more like a mid-tone. I don't believe it's dark, it's a mid-tone. And now that, we can definitely see that. And that's, we're still going to get lighter on that. So it's going to show up even more than it is right now. The other crazy thing you can do, and I've seen it where, okay, the light is here, you can actually have these things quite literally casting a shadow in space. You know what? We're going to go with the dark behind that too. Because then that's really going to stand out once we really hit that with our lightest light. Now again, I'll have to get my fast matte white back out there again. Gonna do that now. Get another little edge that kind of needed to be softened there. Back to our blue once again. Some of these, the newer craters that I made, those don't have the bluish tone in them. Let's do that here. Like these guys here, brand new craters, they're gonna need some of their lighter stuff too. And well, now we're almost 2 hours in. Almost 2 hours in. We're getting there. More of that blue along here, and all some of our fabulous browns here. Let me get that more yellow deep. We'll mix it with this. Man, not extra craters that we're putting in here, but just some kind of rocky, broken up surface. And also conveniently putting it along the edge of some of our craters here, so that when we come back in with our really light stuff along the edges, we'll actually see something there. I'm gonna try it out. Let me get my here. Let me get my reference up here again. I want to see. Yeah, we need to. I'm just looking inside of the craters here. Yeah, I think we could still get some of this darker stuff here before we come back with our light again. Got this kind of the double crater over here. Ooh, what's going on? Okay, that was a little bit darker than I think. Well, maybe not. Maybe that actually was just what I needed there. Yeah, it might have actually worked out just fine over on that side. Alter the bottom of that a little. Maybe you can put some really, really tiny. little rocks in the atmosphere there. Thank you so much, Pinecone. Appreciate that. That is 6 months worth. Thank you so much, Mile Pinecone. Appreciate that. Hey, Recoil, thank you so
So
much.
say we all.
Actually, Mile Pinecone, every little bit really does make a difference. And thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. Actually, Recoil, this would be like several of the Bulldogs' kicks last night, like about 18 of them. Wouldn't you say, Recoil, at goal? That's about, yeah, that's them hitting the post and everything. Yeah, it's a little bit like last night, right? Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. Of course, Recoil, if you want to post some of your stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So, yeah, Pinecone, actually, Pinecone, what was the most devastating thing was the taking away of all of the highlights. So the 5 years of Twitch highlights that I had developed one at a time with thumbnails, descriptions, and everything. On the 19th, that was taken away, and I lost what 4,539 hours worth, and those are now over here on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So great to see you, Recoil. Yeah, that was most unfortunate last night. Well, this morning. What am I talking about last night? That was this morning. Now I think it was tied right with about 3 minutes left. Recoil or no? Did they were they? I think they maybe they gave up a couple of minor scores. Maybe it was with 5 minutes left or something that they actually tied the game. All right, we're losing some of our yellow. Yeah, let's get back to some of our yellowish tone on that. So yeah, Pinecone. I don't know what the and it always is probably changing too, right? It's 5 minutes later they've changed the split to this or that or something like that. I'm sure that's a moving target. Nice to see you there, Landrest. Well, I guess Landrest. It is Thursday, so did you go see a movie? Yeah, that not like asking you on Monday. Oh, geez, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. So Rico, I think I sent you a picture, right, of what it came up with on the race car. Again, we're talking about the creative bias here, and I never would have thought to kind of basically have the car itself look like it's glowing, almost like it's a hot coal or something. I'm glad that was good, Landrast. And again, Rico, if you want to share some of your fabulous basing stuff, that'd be great. Let me, come on, there we are. So yeah, Rico, it never occurred to me to even take that kind of approach to it. Now there was other stuff like when I tried to have it put stuff like this on there as like the little logos and stuff. That didn't work out so well. Oh hey Rico, speaking of, there's the Giordano's pizza sticker right there. So we got the sticker. I think that was a couple days ago. Those showed up maybe. And again, we appreciate all the folks that do the sub and the follow and all that kind of stuff and the cheers. All that. So again, it does make a difference. Actually, Recoil, what did I was wondering, do we actually, put that the lettering on the ring? Do we put that around the tires as well? I was always tempted to do that. Recoil. Do I do the same kind of lettering around there? I mean, they're round. I don't necessarily want to make gold tires, but Just again, try putting some little stuff now in some of these areas. Now we are about 2 hours in here. Yep, we are about 2 hours in. And again, 2 hours ago, there was nothing on here. It was literally a blank canvas. Oh, it was a blank illustration board. Yeah, recoil. I'll have to. It's I'm sure there'll be some space for stuff like that, so I'll try to. Well, again, I think Sunday is going to be the target day for doing that, as that's going to be our substitute Saturday. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll paint that up on Sunday. It'll give me one extra day to try and. Oh, hey, recoil! I was telling folks about the autocorrect monster. So I don't know if you have wanted to share that or anything like that in the chat, but yeah, I told people that you created an autocorrect monster this morning during the game. That's where recoil. We're also going to need an inaccuracy monster. I'm not quite sure what the inaccuracy monster would quite look like for Aussie rules, but we might need to create one of those. Yeah, but see, I don't want to just outline that with the later stuff there. Can't quite do that. I'll have to come back, I think, with, yeah, more darks. Definitely more darks up there, I think. Oh, no problem there, recoil. And recoil, I mean, well, this is a cuisine channel after all. I'll probably be sending you pictures of the next batch of the red velvet cupcakes. I think I'm going to try maybe doing that after the stream tonight. I don't know. Probably do those Friday before the stream. More of that up here again. Just trying to roughen up the ground. Ooh, picture time. Jeez, it's been a little while here too. Picture time. There you go. Now again, this is a painting that I've done a bunch of times over the years. I've painted it in watercolors, acrylics. This is actually the second time in oils now. Or at least the second time. It might have been one other time, but I think it is the second time in oils now. So again, thanks for watching the game this morning. Hopefully, Squeak and Mom all good there. Now that I've kind of redone some of the blue in the space area there, I'm going to try and get some much smaller, well, little rocks or whatever these are. I wonder, there's kind of an interesting little almost violet type color that's on my reference one. I'm going to try and work some of that in here. Glad that they're doing okay. Oh, yeah. Some of that out here as well. Again, starting to break that up instead of just the more the linear type stuff. We need to have some stuff that's almost a bit more on the rocky side. That was almost a little bit of a dry brushy kind of a thing going on there too. Okay, we got a whole bunch of these little crater rims here. See that's gonna get maybe too dark. Let's go back a little. So Landras, the Conquest Creations Isengard files that they literally, I think, came in last night. So I think I still have two more pieces of the top of that final barrel, and I think we'll just finish off that barrel, the King's barrel, and then we're going to well, we'll start printing out the Isengard stuff. I didn't even have a chance to look and see. Okay, what you know is it just a whole bunch of small wall sections? Are there bigger sections? As far as the tower itself, is it just a whole bunch of one floor sections, or are there any two-story, like, and how wide are they? And do I actually want to put two on the build plate at one time? I don't know. Well, it's weird because you can't just say, well, every printer has a sweet spot. You try and kind of avoid the edges. Well, there'd be a lot of pieces you could never print then if you were always trying to, be within, say, inch and a half, 2 inches of the edge at all times. Even more with our even smaller rocky whatever. Now that we also wanted to get, remember, some more dark. Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of the indigo. Some on the edges of some of our craters here. Maybe some of that gets down inside the crater as well. Yeah, Landrast, there's still some really weird things that do happen, and it's really more to do with who makes the files. I don't know what they're doing and the creation of their files, whether it's some kind of geometry or whatever they're doing, where some people's files print out very easily, like the Conquest Creation stuff, and there's other ones where you just kind of hope. You cross your fingers and your toes, and you just hope that they print. And that's even not like really complicated pieces either. I don't know what they're doing sculpting wise or whatever. What they're doing to make that happen. Get more of our dark along the edge of, going right up to the crater edge there. Yeah, Landris, it would definitely be very disappointing if they couldn't deal with, okay, oh, look, there's something, there's some printing going on towards the edge. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think I did need to cut that down just a bit, maybe. Now again, the see the edge of that part of the crater rim. Do we get lighter on the edge of this? It is on my reference. Fine. Some of these edges, I don't know, maybe we'll. Let me see if I can do something along the tops of these just with my lighter stuff. That's their yellow ochre. It's mixed with a little bit of our not violet or radiant violet, and also a little bit of the white in there too, and the yellow ochre, which would be the Mars yellow deep. Oh, yeah, those were wild color charts there, Landrast. I knew there was something I wanted to ask about with the color charts. See now these smaller ones I don't mind if I kind of take away the sharpness at the edge on some of the smaller craters. That's not that big of a deal. Let's see, make it more of our sort of reflected light in some place. Not so much up there again now. Oh yeah, let me get the either get the fast matte white out here again, or maybe what we've got on it would still work. I think it still might work here. Ah, that's good recoil. I was glad. Now recoil. I was talking earlier in the stream about. Let's see, what is it called? Sky reels. That's it. It's going to use that, and that way we can have our Battlefleet Gothic ships basically moving like this planet would be rotating, this stuff would be moving around in the sky, whatever, and then our ships would actually be basically kind of sailing right past this stuff. Yeah, Landrest. After a while, they all kind of start looking the same, don't they? And of course, recoil. I'm imagining the Wapelius Spellbrush figure essentially walking around through my terrain, almost like basically having him in the Shire or whatever. So yeah, we needed to make that a little bit bigger there, and maybe even change the direction of that a little bit to be like this. And those were some of them were certainly. It's like wow, those are just about the same. Touch lighter on some of these created. I'm looking at my reference there, and I'm saying, yeah, there's some, especially kind of close to these guys. Some of the interior of the craters gets kind of light here. And again, that's had a chance to set now. Hey, there's surface tension. That's for sure. They addressed surface tension. If you want to share your stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So surface tension. I think I shared the what was that conquest Rakashar, whatever he is. I think I shared the images. That was the first time that I was actually able to take the miniature itself and then something else and combine them. It actually did a pretty good job. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. It was hilarious how at first the base and the torch were just gray, and it rendered them as stone because, of course, I mean, it was just gray. I could understand why it would think, oh yeah, these are just gray. Okay, so surface tension. If I didn't send you all the images with the conquest, the big cat or the big tiger or whatever, I'll send you those. So yeah, I just basically took the STL render of this thing, and then I basically just imported this image, and it did a really neat job of wrapping that around it. So surface tension, you want to share your link, please go ahead, like always. Oops, wait a minute, that went a little too far there. So that is something, well, would be, what, my Sunday, so your Monday, I believe, is when we're going to paint the linseed racer. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. More fabulous oil painted miniatures. Come on, right along the edge of that there. So yeah, I basically used I think there was one or two angles from the website that had basically a colorized or painted version of it. So I used that to do the initial colorization, and then I went in and with all the prompts changed all the color stuff around. Oh, that'd be fabulous, surface tension. I know you're kind of chomping at the bit there to try and get back into things. I guess there's no like super pressing projects, right, where you need it for an escalation thing or whatever. I don't think so. I forget which of your armies was kind of like that. That was your Tomb Kings, right? I think you had to keep kind of adding a little bit here and there. Yeah, now adding a little bit. See, that's a much more uneven looking, whereas before, right at the start, it was this whole area was very smooth. And you have surface tension. That would be sensational. Getting a chance to get back into the painting swing again. I suppose finding some things to kind of start off with that aren't too intense. Whoops. We'll just use that and just essentially take that away. It's like an eraser. Yeah, a little too much liquid on that, so we'll take away some of the thinner. Now, hopefully that goes relatively quick there, surface tension. Hashtag no layers, especially if you get a paint that'll cover it in one. Yeah, hashtag no layers on that too. Now, I'm just gonna blitz that right there and just get rid of that. Simplify all that there. I wonder. Fine, we'll do the dark first. maybe even, yeah, here, let's do a little double craterage right there. No, it still has to have some layers on it. Backing away to get some of this on that side of the here. Let me now take some of our Mars yellow deep, and we're just going to spread that around. So yeah, with the Indy race car there, I really didn't think of making it as if it were essentially kind of glowing from the inside out. That is not something I would have thought of. I went last night again during the game. Recoil was able to create an autocorrect monster there. And surface tension. Have you ever used sky reels? Because that is basically it's a video generation thing, and that is something that I'm gonna give a try next week. Ironically enough, I have to feed I have to get the pictures of all this stuff, like the orc ships, the Necron ships, and everything. If I'm going to feed them into it and then have the ships kind of interacting with our spacescapes, I need to have pictures of all that stuff. Yeah, careful there, not too much of the thinner. This had very much the watercolor start, like a lot of our oil paintings have been doing. Think of it as either like our pre-glaze or like our secondary glaze when we're painting miniatures. Surface tension, this one might do a better job of it. It's not the best for image generation, but I think it'll be good for doing video stuff. Now I'm just imagining taking this miniature right here of Gandalf and Shadowfax and see if it can animate Shadowfax tossing Gandalf off of his back. That could be really funny. Let me go more to the Van Dyke brown here. That was liking that reddish brown, but looking for another. Yeah, it's also a little bit on the darker edge of things. So yeah, it said that when I was doing a little bit of a search, that came up last night. Surface tension, sort, because that's part of, well, sort of part of Chat GPT, right? But Sky Reels or Skynet, as we want to call it now, that will apparently allow you to do much longer videos. So we'll see how if that actually does play out. That let me get this paint out of here. Let me try to. Oh, also picture. Let's do that real quick here. I think we've been doing pretty good on the pictures. Don't know if we're going to reach our 20 pictures, but the paint out of there. Light up some of the other ends of these craters, and now the crater rims here, like this one, also a little lighter. So there's another one of our double craters like what we've got over here. Too much thinner again. Let's take some of that away. So 2.5 hours ago, this had no paint on it. It was just a blank piece of illustration board, hot press illustration board. That's all this stuff is. I will lighten up the edge of that too. Also over here. See if I can get any of this later stuff down inside this crater there. Maybe along the edge. We got where. Nah, that's no good. That might work better. Yep, that does. Thanks, Dharma Wolf, for posting a link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Again, if you subscribe to that, if you want to see this, you know, beyond 2 weeks from now, that is where it's going to have to reside. So yeah, this will be headed over to the other YouTube channel. And I might actually make this one. Again, I'll get the get a thumbnail for it and everything. I'll probably post this one tomorrow, maybe actually to that other YouTube channel. Okay, I'm gonna do that now. And some of the sessions also did end up on my regular YouTube channel, so if you see kind of a larger number of those, and they're just going to be the raw sessions. I'm not going to have any time to do what I have been doing, which is kind of compressing them a little bit, taking some stuff out. It's just going to be the raw session. Either Michael. Well, it's a happy Friday here, plus definitely for you. And of course, Michael, hopefully you got kind of the next thing maybe underway. If you want to share the Tomb King stuff, please go ahead and do that, of course. So great to see you there, Michael. No, no, no. Let me leave that almost more like it's a suggestion of a crater there, I think. Yeah, Michael, I've definitely, well, I forgot what all the days this week were, right? Recoil. Thanks for reminding me, Recoil, because when you said, "Are you okay?" I was like, that's kind of. I was like, why that? And then I all of a sudden, when you said about what the first quarter was like, I said, "Oh my, holy smokies! I forgot, totally forgot about the game." Well, I thought it was. I was kind of still thinking it was Wednesday, and basically, in my adult brain, I thought, okay, yeah, the game basically would be starting in about 3 hours from now. So more like it was the Thursday into Friday time frame instead of the Wednesday into Thursday time frame. Yeah, kind of slipped the old noggin there. Now I don't know if there's been any kind of post-game fallout as far as interviews or Luke saying anything or whatever? That's definitely very much a kind of a glazy thing going on there. That needs to be a crater. How do we want to approach that? Maybe like that. Let that kind of get blended a little bit too, perhaps. Along the edge of this too, kind of build that up a little bit. Surface tension Wednesday. That's me. Is what day is this? And of course, surface tension. I thought I had a whole nother week for the Indianapolis 500. The only way that could happen though is if we had a Tuesday or two added to May, because yeah, I think we would need May 32nd to be able to have the Indianapolis 500 take place in May and not be this weekend. So yes, the Indianapolis 500 is this weekend. I went, oh, okay, didn't know that. So yeah, trying to build in a little more light down here, perhaps. More of our light on this crater here and this upper edge, maybe. No, too much stuff on. Get rid of some of that paint. Maybe a little more light on the edge of that crater. Let's see what's happening with our ejecta there. Okay, maybe all the way up to that crater as well. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Well, Camda, I get it's just so flexible, right? It can be watercolors, it can be oils, it can be oil pastel, it can be all things at once. Whereas the other mediums, they're kind of, well, I can be this one thing at one time, and that's it. It's the mega medium, it can be everything. I think, oh yeah, here, let me, yeah, I think we still have enough of our almost kind of bluish white here. Let me do something on the edges of some of these little guys out here. Like that one. Kind of lost all of the... this certainly needs some. Now that we've darkened up all the stuff around it, that actually has a bit of an effect now. More like this. Oh, these little guys going to get some action here too. We're going to rejuvenate some of our light along those edges there. So everybody check out that link that Art Michael just posted. Yeah, now Rico, if you want to post some of your basing stuff, please go ahead. Let me scare up my reference again here. Nope, I can see there's a little something on the end of that brush there. Let's clean that. Oh yeah, that would have been a hole. That would not have been good there. Back to this. Oh, that's got a little bit more of the weight, so now it's almost got a... Not more. Let me get some of the magenta into that as well. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that, Rika. Yeah, that's right. You said I'm not on my computer. Can't really do that. I understand that. Yep. Sorry about that recoil. That's just how the brain doesn't work, right? Recoil. And again, please check out what Arta Michael posted there. See now I get that. It's almost like this dirty reddish brown violet, almost. Yeah, this landscape looks rougher and rougher and rougher. Touch of it down there, Canada. If you wanted to share some of the busts that you've been painting there with the oil paints, please go ahead. Sorry if I think you might have already done it. If you haven't, please go ahead. Wasn't sure. Well, there's a bunch of things I keep forgetting, so I want to make sure I wasn't forgetting that. That is too much light working or dark working its way. There we go. Just again, it's almost like we have an eraser there. Okay, that's fantastic, Cam. Now again, a programming. No, we won't be doing our usual Saturday stream, but it does seem that we are doing a substitute Saturday on Sunday, and that is where we will paint our linseed racer. Yeah, so well, to me, it's an Indianapolis. It's an Indy race car, not an F1, but it kind of does. I mean, it sort of is a Formula One, but I'm treating it as an Indy car. That is what we'll be painting. Let me see. This is a relatively translucent. Although, see, that's what I keep thinking. And I looked at the pigment numbers. Not that they tell you the real deal, but according to the pigment numbers, that royal orange from Cobra, that is not pure orange, but it does kind of act like it. Oh, actually, as I was doing those color charts, Landrast, I realized there was one color that I forgot to snag to kind of make at least our normal, like minimal palette. Forgot Indian yellow with the water washable oils, because again, that our the big Conquest Rakashar, that's going to be painted with the water washable oils because I want to see what happens when we use that on regular plastics. Because so far it's only been done on, well, basically paper like this, and on a 3D printed miniature, which that stuff is way more absorbent than plastic. I guess I'll have to try them out on a Dark Sword figure too. Because, well, Dark Sword figures are metal. Doesn't matter if they've been primed. There's still going to be that crazy thing of if the surface is different, it will absorb at a different rate. Really more for the curing slash drying of it than anything else. Let's see, that's about as light as I can go there. I don't know if I really want to go too much lighter there. That's basically a mix of our, a little bit of our, well, basically Hansa yellow that's not Hansa yellow, and the white. Let me work that in here. Like you do. So something more there. Okay, that's starting to look a little bit more round. Again, we have the lighter stuff here that brings that forward, and then the cooler, more reddish perimeter there. That makes that basically slide to the background a bit more. Got to get all that yellow out of there. Might still have to throw some more of my fast matte white out here. So this area down here, I gotta figure out what are we doing here. Do we want a crater over there? Another one maybe, say here. Now I gotta come back at the darker stuff to make this side of it. So yeah, I can still add craters and all that. Here, let me take that. So we just created one real quick right there. Let me do another double one here. Where are we at? There we are. And remember, some craters can be almost, well, kind of wiped out because there was another impact. It created a lava flow of some kind that sort of infilled the crater, so you barely see just kind of the outer rim of it. I think there's a couple of these craters that are maybe missing. Yeah, missing a little bit of the blue. And yeah, that's just that little hint of it there. That's all that's supposed to be. One second, I'm just trying to turn off this little fan here. And this is a relatively dark blue also. And it is essentially in the shadow areas of our craters here. You can see that's going to be too much paint, so I will subtract some of that paint here. There, okay. I think I might want to do that with these couple of craters over here. That one, maybe get some darks up here along the outer rim of that. Down to this over here. Then we gotta think of a couple of things. There's the perspective, right? This is round. Just like how do we show that this is round? Actually, you know what? Let me see something here. We haven't done ourselves a film noir in a while. Let's do one of those. So there, again, as you can see, it's a little bit darker, right? It's the lightest stuff kind of here, and then it gets the darker as it goes to the perimeter. But when you have the red and the orange and such involved there, yeah, look at that. So we get closer to our 50. There we are. So again, that comes forward more, and that is going to recede a little bit there. This crater got a little wonky. Gonna try and make a few more down here. I think because probably my thumb was sitting on that for a while. Now on these, so we've got this big old edge there. What I'm going to try and do is cut into that. Kind of like what we're doing here. So we're cutting into that lighter stuff there. I'm going to try and do that up here now. It's going to be a little bit less like a cupcake now. And again, all that talk earlier of cupcakes really has got me hungry. We got the hungries going now. Now I'm going to stick with this. Up there too. Trying to get these very small little chunks of whatever in there too. Actual Canva, that sounds good too. I think I have to remember Saturday maybe to take one of the whole chickens out of the freezer and get that thing. Got to start the de-thawing process there, or the defrosting part there. Now surface tension, I kind of have to hold it like this to be able to keep it on screen. Yeah, if I had anything like that, it would kind of be it would be sort of like that. Unfortunately, because everything here is such close quarters. I think I actually have a bunch of those surfaces. Well, they're basically they would this would be my canvas or my board. It would basically go whoosh, like that to it because they got they're like death springs. Their surface tension. I've actually had a phone go shooting out of one of those. Like it was just launched by a catapult. There was that much tension or whatever in it. Yeah, I was all I wanted to do is just trying to put the phone in there. I was trying to, I think, just press a whatever on the keypad or something, and then it just went flying out of there. It just shot out of that thing like a cannon. So yeah, unfortunately, if I had my hand underneath it, it would be about there, and there would be no way to get further away from it. Now, yet Rico, we could call it some kind of like painting combat sport or something like that. Well, Camda, that's where was it Sky Reels? That's where Sky Reels comes in because that could do it. would just have the Wapilius Spellbrush figure or something like that, and we could just have that created. I need to get some of the blue down in that little crater over there. But yeah, that's something that I'm going to experiment with next week. I won't be able to do that over the weekend here, but that probably maybe like a Tuesday, Wednesday of next week is when we would experiment with that. Because again, I got to have the photos all together first. I want to maybe do here. Let me get that Severus blue, which is not Severus blue. Let me get this over here. What was that one? There's that one crater. Actually, a couple of them here. Need to have some of that blue sitting in here. And again, that's how we can basically reflecting some of that down onto the surface here. Look, we even got some of it out there. Oh, picture time. Again. As oh, look at this. We're almost in hour 3. Again, I don't think we're going to hit our 20 pictures, but I have at least 15 to 17, I think. Yep, surface tension. That's very much mime wear, right? Surface tension. Actually, now surface tension. Since I still have those guys, I could actually take pictures of them, and we could actually try to have them moving around on a Blood Bowl field with doing invisible boxes and stuff, right? Surface tension. Now, what I'm going to do, there we are. Doing that. Now these are starting to come forward. Okay, that is something I needed to do. Which is fine, because I basically had to wait until basically almost 3 hours in. Surface tension. Can you imagine? Again, I wonder if that's what, well, it was such a short video, maybe not, but again, when I saw somebody, what was the thing that they did? They essentially created like a siege of Osgiliath or something like that type of a scene with Middle Earth as Miller that's strategy battle game miniatures, and they were actively kind of well fighting each other. Nope, that's the batch of blue that I need here. Come on, there. That's just too much. There we are. I was a little too ragged down there. Kind of lost track of what it was even trying to do. Yeah, just again, not really removing edges, but trying to squish things down, right? Because the perspective, these craters, they have to get flatter and flatter and flatter as they move towards that horizon line there. Do some of this now. So not every single one of these little boulders here got the highlight treatment. Now up here, this one's not going to get, see, they got that reflecting this. This up here again, hashtag no death grip on the brush either. See you later, there's surface tension. As always, surface tension, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. I'm sure it's nice and gray there, as it's supposed to be. It's Welshlandic gray as opposed to Wales sunrise gray and also Wales sunset gray. And of course, the most expensive color of all, Wales cadmium gray. So the the tyrannical rule of the death orb in the sky will be ended, and the country will be safe for gray everywhere. That's hopefully that was, as they say, a very satisfying crunch there, Artemichael. I believe that's how the saying goes. Okay, doing a little bit of the stippling over here. And what's that? I'm actually reactivating some of the stuff that's there, and that is allowing it to again to mix together here. Putting some of that blue in here, and again, see that mixes and it immediately turns into some kind of a gray right there. Putting some of that out here now. Now it's a trap, Artemichael. It's a trap. It's a bit like not claiming your revenge right away, Artemichael, and you're just gonna let him wonder every single day. Is today the day that you claim your revenge? Put a bit of that blue in some of these craters here. Got that one. Then and some of the tiniest ones, trying to also get a little more blending going on in some of those. Now up here, the little more of the ragged stuff going on there. That is where I can maybe take something that is a larger brush, perhaps. Where's my use you. Some of this. Whoops, okay, some of the yellow just worked its way in there, so let's get that out of that brush. Try this again. I don't know about getting the manganese blue in there, but I'm gonna get a little bit of that, almost the sky blue. There we go. A loaded dry brush. There you go, or the loaded blending brush. That's what we call it. Yes, because we wanna be like the cool kids. We gotta have a catchphrase. Yes, loaded blending brush. Gotta be a little bit judicious about where we're gonna putz around with this thing here. Oh, see that? See how that got kind of softy there? Yeah. But we had to be patient. We could not be hasty little hobbitses. Don't be hasty. Actually, I came across the hasty graphic when I was trying to get the image file of the linseed fellowship thing to wrap around the race car. I, I don't know if we're going to need a hasty racer. I'm not quite sure how that would work. Well, I guess it would just be a race car with a bunch of hobbitses and dunce caps there, Camda. And I guess, do we need to have the cadmium red racer because red makes it go faster? Yeah, let me try this. Okay, so we have that got, wow, look at that. Holy smokes, that got nice and smoothie there. Yeah. Where's my Prussian blue? Nope, nope, nope. There's too much, maybe too much of the white in there. Let me try this. See what happens. I need a little bit more of the indigo. That's it. That was. I know I'm actually maybe going to remove some of our stars here. We can always just spatter those right back on there. Okay, I guess I'll just do that there too. Oh yes. Oh, this is definitely getting to be a lot more smoothie. Now here is another place where that got also a little ragged. We're gonna not just smooth that down, but we're gonna try and darken all this too. Let me just a little more of the pain. Sorry, the indigo. A little more. The indigo is gonna go into here. Sometimes there's just too much happening in a small area, so we're just gonna roll right in here and take some of that away. And use my paper towel and just gonna squeegee as much paint out of there as I can, because if we're gonna do the dry brushy thing, we can't have a whole bunch of liquid on there, right, AD? Nice to see you there, AD. Everyone, please give AD creation. So AD, actually, I meant to ask, post stream. It wasn't one of those where it's like, oh man, that feels sore or something like that. Now, everybody, please give AD creations a follow. Of course, AD, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see you there, AD. Again, everybody, please give AD creations a follow. And AD, I think I sent you pictures of the desk thing, right? Yeah, it was, what would you say? On this day, 2 years ago, that was when this desk was first put up. So again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. That'd be sensational. And actually, yeah, AD, using the GPT thing on that that big old Rakashar figure was great because it reminded me that I wanted to actually do that as a white tiger. I had completely forgotten. And then that sort of reminds, like, you did want to do this in a different color. I just couldn't remember what the heck it was. Well, I'm glad that the physical therapy stuff went very well there, AD. So that's fantastic. And of course, AD, if there's something you want to post in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, well, no, this one. This one will try to do a little something more with our light there. Let me get all the paint out of this thing too here super quick. 1 second. Now we're getting there. Darkening that up even more. And then, like I said, we're going to have to actually restore our little stars there, but that's okay. Actually, I have to kind of get rid of the last vestiges of them, and now we'll paint those back on there. Super quick here. Come on. There we go, and gotta make sure that there's a nice little some variations in these. So AD, if you wanted to share your cohort chart or anything like that in the chat, please go ahead. I think, yeah, I put that brush away. Let me get that again. Also up here. Not too much. Okay, now I'm going to get my spattery brush again. Man, it's sitting right over here. Just a touch more of the thinner. It's not even maybe going to... Well, yeah, it was a little too much of the thinner there. Okay, that's good. That is enough. So, are we at 4.5 weeks or something now, AD, time-wise? You know what, let me get a little bit more of my... I'm going to switch now to the... wherever you're disappeared off to, our fast matte white here. Let me do that here. Now that is straight up, wait, this is pretty much the first time we're using just genuine, just straight up white with nothing else in it. Pop that on this edge out here. Ah, that's sensational, AD. some of those. You know what? I might even try to get a couple little starsy type things out here too. That's a highly technical astronomical term, starsy things. So that's why we call it chaos and creation. This is basically pretty much what the solar system was like not all that long after it formed. You just have collision after collision after collision. That's how planets form. They just eventually the mass starts to get to the point where it's attracting more and more objects to it. That gets more massive, and then you have bigger and bigger collisions. And of course, orbital paths are changing pretty rapidly. So this is basically the very early days of a solar system formation here. So yeah, Camden, can you only imagine? I mean, and you see this in the even in the outer solar system where stuff is really, really, really spread out. Can you only imagine in a more condensed forming solar system? The kind of you thought Aussie rules football was a game of high contact or something like that. Yeah, talk about a high contact sport. I need to turn this away so I can just get this one. Right, and actually another one. There, just a little hint of it there. Yeah, Camden, that was something that always intrigued me, right? Those early days in a solar system formation. You've got and because you can, it shows up in all those Hubble Space Telescope images. I mean, literally, that is in many ways what we're seeing when we're looking at these things, right? All the little ends of these little nodules and stuff is basically a tiny version of this gigantic scene. Because this is an astronomy channel, right, Camda? Amongst all the other things. Soon to be a cuisine channel again as I make the fabulous red velvet cupcakes again. So that'll be happening tomorrow. Seems that, it is a gardening channel because I think I have successfully planted at least 3 to 4 of those hosta plants. I mean, 3 of them clearly are definitely growing. The other couple ones, not so sure about. But even the feedback, I mean, most folks said, yeah, I got most of them. I wasn't really expecting all of them to come up. So again, now we've got ourselves even more of a little edge happening here. Let me take our blending brush to that to soften that down. Like you do. Picture time here. That's right. AD, I wasn't sure how much further along you are with your new cohort chart, and were there as many boxes on that as there were on the Pro Acryl one? Now, Camda, that is the kind of I know I'm just gonna have to name it Skynet. I really, really, really want to name that Skynet, but that's what Skynet is gonna be for, is for just that sort of stuff. Now, it could take some project. That some of the feedback on it is it works really, really well. but it's got a steep learning curve. So that is something that I saw in the feedback on it. It's got a lot of neat capabilities, but it can take a little while to really master it. That's what you're looking to do. Once again, it is time to really juice up some of the lights in here. Let's do that. All hail Skynet, right, Camda? Skynet is your friend. So now we're starting to get the very, very edges of these. We got to get our little strata down here. Let's do that. More of that. Ooh, not quite so bulky there. So it's actually called Sky Reels. And essentially, I cannot get on Insta, Facebook, or YouTube without seeing advertisements of it. So while I was exercising at, I don't know, 8:30 this morning, yeah, I think I maybe got to bed at 9:30 or something. Hey there, Slang, how you doing? So Sleepy Slang, if you want to post some stuff in the chat there like usual, please go ahead. Hopefully your Friday is off to a great start there. Now, this is a cuisine channel and an astronomy channel, Sleepy Slang. Sometimes they need to be combined in, shall we say, adventurous ways. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Sleepy Slang just shared. Well, I'm looking for, man, actually, the AD, you're going to have to frame all of these charts. Yeah, you're going to have to, like, have an entire room, an entire wall just dedicated to these color charts, and they'll have to be all framed. Oh, yeah, actually, armor, well, let's see, where is, ah, needless to say, Bobble claims the Cookie Nebula for himself, the Cookie Planet for himself. Yes, Bobble claims the Cookie Planet for himself. Well, I know you got the move coming up there too, AD. Appreciate that, Grand Oracle. Grand Oracle, did you have a chance to check out the General Grievous video? Also, Grand Oracle, man, I can't wait for you to see. Oh my gosh, the what the Chat GPT was able to do and combine basically raw images of a prepped miniature that was all like gray and white and everything else on an unpainted base, and not only were we able to colorize it, but then I was able to put it through about 4 different color schemes and use that to decide on the final color scheme. Yeah, AD. Now I know you were saying the new place is a little bit smaller, but there's less residents, so it could be kind of a either a net gain or probably just a wash, right? When it comes to that. Grand Org. Well, again, I don't want to jinx you on that. Hopefully, it's not too stressful because obviously, we kind of again had some hopes for this here. So again, I don't want to jinx nothing. let me continue on with this right here. Oh, and by the way, 3.5 hours ago, how much paint did this have on there? Absolutely none. Well, Grand Oracle, I hope that in some ways you just, okay, this stuff is out of here, and now you can, like you say, you've reorganized, reoriented, and you can just kind of forge ahead with all the new projects. Get 2 or 3 more printers so that you can fill up all the empty space. More of that out here. Let me spread that out a little bit more. And again, this is almost a bit more of just the white. And I'd also, to Old Grand Oracle, I'll send you the pictures. I imported the image of just the raw STL of this thing and a few of my Linseed Fellowship images, and holy smokes, Grand Oracle. Actually, basically the car itself is kind of glowing like it's almost like an ember or a coal, a chunk of coal or something like that. And that was not what I was thinking. I was thinking, like, okay, just take the Linseed Fellowship stuff and just stick it on the side, and that's it. Oh, this said, again, I never would have thought of it as like make the entire vehicle look like it's basically glowing. Ah, that's good, Grand Oracle. That is not. That doesn't go there. Where's my... Ah, here you go. We use this. And we're just going to go boink like that. And it's almost like it never happened. Yeah, actually, recoil. Yeah, I really liked the first one, and then it made it really like way darker, and even that was intriguing. The much darker version of it. I didn't have time to. I was hoping maybe to actually put those images just in some of my scenes. So yeah, recoil. I think that will kind of lean towards the darker one, and maybe if we think some parts of it should be more on the lighter side, but that darker one was kind of intriguing, wasn't it? Now again, what it did not do very well, it had a real rough time trying to put the basically all the little logos on there. I mean, that's fine. We can just paint those on. I don't need that to show me. Well, it did show me some interesting locations for them that I wasn't necessarily thinking initially. So yeah, Camda, that was really wow. I was very, very, very pleasantly surprised by that. Yeah, here, let me find that. A couple more darks up around here. Sure. That is mostly Van Dyke Brown right there that I'm using. Oop, yeah. Let me see what happens with this. Oh wow, okay. That even there was a little bit of the white got in there. It was still relatively dark. That's good. Gonna do a little bit of our magic scumbling right there. Now I don't know if it's gonna be as successful, say with our hype train imagery. And I actually had to somehow try and go back and find some of the original ones because there was not just that one. I don't know, maybe we'll see what happens. You never quite know until you actually use it. Oh, and Grand Oracle, I think I'm going to be given, we're calling it Skynet, but we're going to be giving Sky Reels a try. That'll be next week. We'll see if we can get some of our Battlefleet Gothic ships and some of our spacescapes combined together in some videos to literally have our Battlefleet Gothic ships moving through our painted spacescapes. There is just a part of me that thinks that that would be really, really, really nifty. And I do believe that I can have the thing in a video, do the animation of the stuff, and then just show the regular pictures. And to me, that would be a much more interesting way of doing an army showcase video where it's instead, okay, it's just a bunch of miniatures or whatever. Well, you get the miniatures, you get the usual photos of those, but then they come to life and start doing stuff on terrain, which is also stuff that we either painted or actually sculpted slash constructed. Again, see, there's even over here, there's still a little bit of that blue over there. Okay. Get more of that rocky stuff around some of these edges here. We can still see some of the initial watercolory bits on here. So yeah, AD, this one started out very much like a watercolor once again, because oil paints are the original watercolor, the best watercolor. And that's being said by somebody who is a watercolorist, trained as a watercolorist. I had obvious watercolors and oils at the same time. Little did I know that I could have just, wait a minute, I don't need two separate classes for these. I could just do the oils, do them like watercolors. Nice to see you there, Cinder. Well, let's see. It's not quite morning for you yet. It's I think you still got 35 minutes, right, Cinder? Now it is definitely morning for Arathu. How you doing there, Arathu? Actually, I was gonna say I heard from Banco. No, Banco commented on the Instagram post there, but hopefully you and Banco are doing fantastic there, Arathu. So AD, believe it or not, AD, this is more 2D art than I was doing when I was doing 2D art, because the vast majority of my time when I was doing 2D art was spent just making prints, matting prints, and shipping prints. I was a glorified Kinko's. So now here I actually paint more 2D art than when I was doing 2D art. Oh, geez, Cinder. Okay. So it's 226 for you also. Rathu, I hope everything, of course, goes very, very, very well. Well, that's, yeah, I guess those you have to kind of do those, like you say. And again, it was really fun doing this. We did this one on the 13th, and this was done at FDM, so you can kind of see again the layer lines there. We got the Giros there, and we got the Sambos, and we got the Frenchies on there as well. Let me get this back over here. We need more more of our small little guys over here, little teensy tiny craterage there. Also down here. Wait a minute. Get some of this brown. No, that's way too light. The edges of the craters here. Now, well, that's good, Arathu. I know that the the irony of me trying to start early for Slade and V and all those other folks was that it meant it also was super extra early for you too, right, Denethor? Denethor, everybody please give Denethor a follow. Why don't you share your stuff, fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat there, Denethor? Great to see you, of course. Yes, a wild Denethor has appeared along with a wild Arasu. So again, Cinder, great to see you. I hope that everything's going well. I wonder, you know what? I should probably just do this here. Crazy little crater right in there. We got a bit of a gap in our ejecta there, so let's do some more. No, that's gonna be too. Here, let me get that radiant violet. Like you do here. It's not gonna look like violet at all in amongst all this. Yeah, Cinder, it got really crazy, that's for sure. There was, well, just as you would expect with a new venue, especially one that's 5 times the size of where you just were. So great to see you there, Denethor, again. If you want to post your Discord link there, Denethor, and again, everybody please give Denethor a follow. Now that's got a little bit more of the thinner in it, so that's going to let me do again some softening of some edges here. I'm going to do that on our little space rocks out here. I guess hopefully all the printing stuff is still going okay there, Cinder. We'll have to check and see how the bamboo did on the latest print. I'm sure it was okay. It printed out another section of a Barrow Downs, a giant one from Conquest Creations. We gotta print out the last 2 pieces of that tonight and tomorrow so that Saturday we can get a whole bunch of the Isengard stuff going. And so with 3 hours 39 minutes ago, this had nothing on it. Now, Arathu, was there a questionable real estate stream anytime in the offing? Oh, and Arathu, now I did get Slade. I think I got all of the files that I have for well, basically our CathyCon there. Yeah, Grant Oracle. I think it was during the Monday stream. I saw that, and I went, "Holy smokes!" So I immediately started printing out what was left of the barrow down stuff, so that uh, I wasn't expecting it quite like what yesterday. So I thought I'd be able to finish the barrow downs before those files came in. No problem, Arathu. It's been extra insane here. Well, May is always a crazy month, but there was just even other weird stuff happening. So Grand Oracle, now obviously the walls, a bunch of pieces there. We were talking about how you can basically print it infinitely tall. Now I don't know if there's like just one section that kind of is the same and you just keep reprinting that, or if there's maybe a few sections. That's the Arathu questionable real estate stream. So I haven't actually seen the files yet, Grand Oracle, the individual ones, to see if they're, how big some of the chunks are. Essentially, since I will be gone, I was just thinking, well, if I could have it set up for one of those 20-hour prints or something like that. We were also talking earlier, Grand Oracle, how some people's files, like the Conquest Creation stuff, it just tends to print with no problems. And then there's other people's files. I try to print them, it is nothing but issues. Like even the very first layer is just not wanting to print. And I don't know what that might be an artifact of. Let me see if I can get some of this blue over here on the top of that crater. There we go. Yeah, I needed some lighter stuff there. But I didn't want it to just be more of our... Wait, I want to get some of this blue reflected in there. And what this, see that does, it kind of compresses these, right? This gives this a sense of roundness, a sense of shape here. And it's weird because his stuff are arguably, like say, Dark Realms and some of the other, that they're more, I guess, realistic. But they don't have a problem printing out. I don't know why. And other stuff, again, like bizarre things happen. We'll leave that in there. Now here I've got a whole bunch of the really, really dark shapes. You can see I'm kind of taking some of them, kind of dragging some of that away there, and that basically serves to blend it. Those dark shapes I put there probably an hour ago. Yeah, actually the Hartolia stuff, Grand Oracle, that can be adventurous for sure. That is some of the stuff. And yeah, the one thing I never trust is support free. Whenever I see the word support free or prints without supports, that's when I'm like, I'm going to put as many supports on there as I can. I'm going to put extra ones. If you don't want me to put supports on stuff, don't uh, tell me put supports on things. If you don't want me to do it, just say, oh yeah, you don't need supports on that. It's like, really? First of all, it says I ain't going to print it without the supports. Second of all, then why does it not print when I don't do the supports? Everybody check out that Discord link right there. That's the one thing about Discord links. It's always real easy to see when one of those is floating around. And everybody please give Denethor a follow. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. Ooh, gee whiz, that's soften the edge on some of this here. Again, it's real easy, right? Because all I have to do is just take this brush and push that stuff around. That's all I got to do. Let me see. Oh, that's fantastic, Denethor. So there you go, Camda. Taking that over here on the rim of the. Oh, geez, let's not have the stars there. That's again some of our spatter. Went a little bit into our surface of our planet here. So the sausage dog there did not like that. Darken you down some more. Here. Also over there. So I do believe on our stream, well, later today, on our Friday stream, we'll, I think, paint the last of the mounted baristas. Last one of those guys. And then what I want to actually do is take pictures of them and then see if I can improve upon this image right here. So, I mean, neat as that is, I want to see what happens when I actually do the take pictures of the actual miniatures. Get more and more of the tiny craterage happening here. More of that. Yeah, a couple of these smaller craters, but also with the darker stuff here. I don't want to. We don't want to widen out that crater too much again, because we want these to be sort of like compress and move towards the backdrop there. More of these tiniest ones, especially as we get over in on this side over here, again where everything is kind of getting smushed going in the background. And over here, yeah, Grand Oracle. You know what, Grand Oracle? Why don't we do a quick film noir here? Because it was interesting what things kind of disappeared. So that thing there, you got to rely really more on the edges rather than the colors there to provide the interest there to bring that forward. The planet here, obviously, you got all the same shading, but when you don't have the blue, right, the cooler blues, and then all those warmer colors to contrast with, right, that comes forward because warm color, warm color, cool color. Hey there, Flight Sim. Nice to see ya. So yeah, Grandar, we did this kind of early on in the, and that was really wild to see. Maybe it was about, I don't know, an hour in. So Flight Sim, I hope that all the printing stuff is still successful there. Gonna get maybe some more of these really tiny ones here. See it a bit there. 80. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. So, Recoil, wish me luck with Skynet there. What I'm gonna just keep doing is while I'm exercising, whatever, I'm just gonna see if I can keep checking out videos, and then when it actually comes time to use it, hopefully I got a little better idea of what it's like. You know what? I'm gonna get me a little bit of thinner in there, more over in the indigo. Come out more of the indigo. Now, I hope it's not doing any crazy stuff. There, flight sim, and how you doing there, Bonko? We were just, I was just saying that hopefully everything was going fantastic because we got Arathu and we got Denethor in the chat. Well, we can do one. It's you never. Well, let's see. There's only two people. I think it takes three, right? Yeah. So that was two. However, we do have executive authority over that, right? I think so. Recoil. Is it a space hype train? Oh, there we go. Do we need a hype train nebula? There it is. Look out. There it goes. Do we need a hype train nebula? I think so. Actually, Recoil. Well, you just got yourself some homework there, Recoil. Send me a message saying, hype. Let's see, hype train nebula. I don't know if that's gonna work. Bonko, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Bonko Buckus a follow as well as Denethor, as well as Recoil. So we're just trying to get a little bit more of our dark back here. I think it kind of needs that. Remember, we kind of did a whole big change up here, right? We changed a lot of that stuff. Recoil, I think I mean, obviously, well, we just, oh, hey, recoil. Now that would be interesting. I wonder, out of the smokestack, right? So you don't just have the profile of the locomotive, which is very distinctive. It also would be a nice horizontal scene. But I'm thinking like the nebula, like your clouds and gases coming out of the stack, right? Recoil. Geez, recoil. Now, is it going to be a race to see who can generate that first recoil, you or me? Now, again, I do want to try and keep the magentas and the blues and the reds and stuff, but I think that's got to happen. And well, I'll use the GPT, and you use yours, and we'll see what is. Oh, I did find out. I think that with the GPT, you get like 20 things back and forth, and then it just starts giving you error messages. I think that is why I've kind of noticed the trend there. It's like, okay, now I'm getting the error messages again. I guess we'll just start a whole new chat or whatever. Would that be Salvador Dali or something like that, Camda? I guess something along those lines. Wouldn't it like the surrealists? Is that what I'm thinking of? So again, Bonko, great to see ya. Glad that everybody is doing good. And again, Flight Sim, Well, Flate, no, no, you don't have the FDM printer. I was gonna say if you had the FDM printer too, you could print your storage cases there. Yeah, I think some of our videos are gonna be pretty surreal, right, Camda, with Wapelius Spellbrush walking around the Shire, and I was I was just imagining, like the Shire, but with a bunch of different art galleries and stuff. And you got Wapelius Spellbrush walking around those. So again, we're just using one of these brushes here, the essentially a glorified craft brush, and you can see we're kind of softening some areas here where we still have some of our initial almost watercolor like some of the glaze things that we did there. Actually, let me do a quick little photo here just very quickly, 1 second. We're trying to reach a certain amount of pictures here for, well, potential little animation. Okay. Oh, and our newest video, we just put that up on the Patreon page today. Speaking of space thing, look at this. We never get to do puppet shows like this with with spacescapes and Shatterpoint figs. So yeah, that's the General Grievous fig. We just did that. Put that up on the Patreon page today. Canva, it's kind of a modification because obviously early on I didn't really know how this stuff worked. But now that I've actually used it and now I'm kind of seeing these other videos and I'm able to understand what people are trying to do with it themselves. And I say, okay, that is just not going to work for what I need. Oh, maybe I should alter it to this. So it's kind of like a altering to the environment and then also trying to shift the environment a little bit to what we need. Now here I'm going to do the same deal. The same little dry brush stuff I've been doing out here with the same indigo and Van Dyke Brown together. A little bit of feathering right there. A little bit of feathering. Like so. More of that here. Yep, gonna do some more of that. Yeah, that's it's fun to play the contrast game. Like here, we're playing a different type of contrast game. This is all about softening this edge. Because well, initially, remember these edges, they were every bit as hard as these. Now these, and you can see I got like these almost like little streamers in there and stuff, so that makes these edges even harder. These edges are getting softer. That cloud stuff keeps moving further and further into the distance. Whereas this, again, the edges get harder and harder. It's not just a value thing. I mean, there's light here. That light there is just as light as this. However, this is we've done it basically as soft of an edge as possible. Continuing again, now you can see it's almost again like a little micro filbert brush right there. Um, Try some of that out here, and now maybe down here again. This is we're just using this as a glorified tiny little filbert brush there, doing a little bit of dry brushing. Now let's get some of this here reddish brown mixed in. That will do the same thing. Same deal along our edge here. Going to do that over here as well. There's no thinner at all added to this. None at all. Same up here again along these edges. Ooh, Rico, that's fantastic. I'll try to. Okay, I don't have anything sitting on top of the phone, so I might be able to grab the phone and show that. Yeah, Rico, I just, I should have. I don't know why I didn't think of that sooner. Like, as in one of the very first nebulas or something like that, right? Recoil. So while we're gonna have the lens, we're gonna have the hype train racer, and we're gonna have the hype train nebula. Get taking this and just with no extra thinner, just very softly applying some of this. So let me see if we can do this here. 1 second. That is not it. One second. There we go. So there's we got a hype train nebula right there. So we'll see what we can create there in the GPT. Oh, actually, recoil. What would be wild is now. I think it'd be easier to do it in maybe the GPT, but if we then we take the two and we combine them together, that would be interesting. So thanks for doing that, recoil. It really kept the magentas and the blues, didn't it? And also kept the nice the light there too. Oh, we got. I don't know if there's any way we can really have the Twitch logo in there. So again, thanks for doing that, Rico. Yeah, we really got some nice dark out there. And again, that is well now it's oh, the coal black. Yes, coal black mixed with our indigo. Now I did just put a little bit, a little smidge of the thinner in there. Again, trying to see, make a little path of kind of the clouds there, the dust clouds. Okay, 1 second there, Camda. There, and let me can also make that a little bigger. So there's your hype train nebula there again. It keeps all of the our colorations there. This is another spot over here. I'm gonna try and yeah, see, soften that. There's another. Yeah, here's another one over here too. So some of those are just artifacts from our very early watercolor type phase there. Here's another one here, but less of the super dark, so more of the Prussian blue. So in there, okay. So you got to see it there, Cam? Okay, that's good. Yeah, sorry about that, Camda. this up here. Now, I guess the interesting thing, I just remembered now, Rico, as we're talking about it, that the Copilot that I use gives you the four images, right? Whereas the GPT only ever gives you the one. What's really wild, Camda, is that I didn't actually watch him all that often. Bill Alexander was the guy that I watched as a kid. And obviously his approach was just a little bit different. It was a wee bit different. I know that I guess there's a Bob Ross Twitch channel or something like that. At least I think there is. Ooh, so tempting. Okay, let's do this. Let us do that. We're going to take this stuff out of here. All the dark stuff there. Yes, and there'll be a lot of bang and a lot of. Well, there's a lot of. This is a. There we go. This is a Bill Alexander spacescape right here. Right? Looking at their stuff crashing, their stuff blowing up and everything. This is very much a Bill Alexander spacescape. Ooh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Is that going to be too... No, still too much towards the dark. I'm just going to steal me a little more of this. That might just do it there. It's very, very, very subtle here. Come on. Okay, I think I needed to around our little thing there. We had nope, that's gonna get more just a straight up silvers blue with some of the. Wait, we have still got an awful lot of the indigo in the brush. Come on, less of the indigo. Ah, that's it. Now that's for sure, Camda. Geez, Rico, now I almost feel like we have to save the Hype Train Nebula for a super special Thursday stream. I don't know. I mean, obviously, we could do more than one. I mean, geez, we could do a bunch of them. But somehow, Rico, I think we almost have to make sure that if the occasion matches the magnitude of the Hype Train Nebula. Taking a little bit further up there again with there we go. Okay, this was another area, kind of like down here and up here that had some rough stuff. But man, the edge on that is much softer. Now, actually, let's go back. You can see the edge there is a little bit almost of a harder edge on our other clouds from the one from probably a couple of years ago. Well, and now we're in hour 4. Jeez. How time flies when you're tossing rocks. Now, speaking of rock, where's my eye? This, I'm gonna take. This is that Windsor Red, by the way. So that is our substitute to, well, ultimately it's a substitute to Fanchon Red, but it is kind of the, was that the Naphthol Scarlet substitute, because Naphthol Scarlet, well, that doesn't really exist anymore since Gamblin eliminated the. And now, Camden, I think you know the story of how the Alkids came to be. And it's like all the little kids gather around and hear how the Alkids came to be. It only came to pass because these things happened to be on clearance on Dick Blick. So instead of, well, let's see, that's a Series 3. So basically, it was like Series 0.75. It was not even a Series 1 price tag on there. I said, all right, I'll go for it. Um, little did I know what that was going to cause. Yeah, Bunko, as long as it's not kind of tossing some of the same stuff that the monkeys toss around, I guess that there's a little less cleanup then. Yeah, you don't want to be tossing around what the monkeys are. That might require just a little bit of some disinfectant right there. I mean, this is just reorienting an entire solar system. I mean, nothing anywhere near as impactful, so to speak. Okay, I still do have my straight up fast matte white out here. Oh, the other thing I noticed is that I guess when people make clips, obviously Bithron was making clips for years and years and years, but I guess there's like a new thing that Twitch did where you can put those, like import those directly to your YouTube or Instagram, like as a short reel. So some of our puppet shows with Gandalf or whatever, I guess those could go to Instagram. Little did I know. I only found out about that because I was desperately trying to get the Twitch sessions over to the YouTube channel because all my highlights were, well, those are gone now. You can tell how much downloading and other stuff I was trying to do to move those around because I got, for the first time in years, got a "you've used this much of your data" message. Wow, there's still some of my drawing there. Oh, and Banco, hopefully mom is doing very well. And of course, hopefully mom is doing well there, Recoil. Yeah, so this is very different what we did with these things coming down than what we did on the first one. So we'll go back to it again. Yeah, so we did a little bit more stuff with these than we did on the original ones there. Geez, I'm not even sure. I think I did have this. I'm trying to think back to the first original version of this. Spread that out here. Still pretty much working with fast mat weight here. And that definitely is looking like a semi-eclipse star right there. And that really does juice up that edge. Now what I might do is a little more with... let me get this out of here. We'll take some of the magenta, some of our coal black. And in this area here, now not along the edges, I want sharp edges out there. We're trying to and even enhance more the edges. You can see actually too, these are almost starting to look like chunks or big, like massive tectonic plates or something. So even these are starting to have a little bit of depth to them. Even the outer edge of the our little planetoid itself kind of connotates that this is a structure that's barely either held together or it's still forming, whatever. More of our dark around some of our little teensy craters here. Same over and here and a little something, something up there. Now up there, don't mind if the edges kind of get a little bit lost. Oh, here, this is a good topic here for taking our blending brush to that. Same thing with this one over here, like so. I might still try to find me a little more structure because again, being really, really, really hungry. First, these were looking like cupcakes. Now, and I was just one of the things I got at the store was a baked potato, well, a potato for doing a baked potato thing. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at these, and all I see are baked potatoes. Now, what we need to put inside said baked potatoes would be some bacon bits, some cheese. Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking at this. This is the potato system right here. And I'm thinking, let's see. So you gotta have your bacon bits, the cheese, of course. Now, of course, a twice baked potato. That's actually I've never. Oh, hey, Rico, do you think something like the air fryer might actually be something to make a twice baked potato and not have to wait forever? Actually, recoil. I still haven't planted those the chives that Kathy's mom sent. They're still sitting in the refrigerator. I guess that's another thing I have to try and do tomorrow. Well, I'm gonna. We'll see who is stronger, recoil, the catnip or the chives, because I think we're gonna stage a little war in the front garden between the chives and the catnip. So bacon bits, cheese. Yeah, a ratu. That sounds about right, right? There is one thing that ain't never gonna be on there. I can tell you right that there ain't gonna be Vegemite. That is a hard and fast eternal no to the Vegemite. Not doing that. Let me do some of our super dark blue right around there. You know, surface tension has returned. The return of surface tension. Actually, well, yeah, we're talking about origin stories here. How do you think this formed? This formed because too many people ate Vegemite, and that's what happened. The giant Australia gas cloud from too much Vegemite. So 10 minutes in the microwave, well, salt and pepper, and then 15 minutes in an air fryer. Well, surface tension, that's that is very doable because guess what? Literally are about 3 feet apart from each other, the air fryer and the microwave. And I usually put the potato in the microwave for about 7 minutes and then just let it sit. But the engine can cook other air. It can cook a baked potato there. Let me see. So and then 15 minutes in the air fryer. Now I guess that the thing is it cut open, right? And is it mixed? Or is it's been microwaved with obviously the pokey holes in there and then into the air
God save
fryer?
we all!
Hey there, Bithron, we summoned you. We were talking about all the clips that you did, and I guess now when you do a clip, I guess you can also like export that directly to Instagram as like a little reel. How you doing there, Bithron? And of course, Bithron, I know you got tons of stuff that you can post. I don't know, you want to post maybe What was your latest MCP terrain? It was the billboards, right? Right, Bithron? Yeah, you want to post those? That'd be great. I was just double checking. I was like, is there actually some thinner on that? I didn't want any thinner because I'm just trying to do this. You can see we're kind of doing the scumbly motion here. 80 is also a return. So if you're gonna, but if you're gonna put the topping in, okay. Let's see. Yeah, recoil. Oh, that's right, the autocorrect monster. Sorry about that recoil. Well, it might require a little bit of scrolling here. 1 second. Come on. Nope. There. Somewhere is the oh geez, it's lost in all of our game commentary, but we can show this again. That is the come on. Nope. There we go. So that was the much darker version. There we go. Now you can see it a little bit better. That was the much darker version of it right there. Yeah, that's I don't know if potatoes require shade. I guess maybe that's something I could actually grow here. I don't know what kind of soil and what kind of light exposure are best for taters. But if shadow is what they like, well, there's plenty of shadow here. Yes, I have my own little taste of Wales in the backyard. Tiny little bits of our chunks of rocks in here. Couple more of them up there. Oh, here we go. That's thanks for rejiggering the message stream there. Recoil. So there's the autocorrect monster right there. Actually, oh, you know what? So I was thinking, okay, how in the world do we make a figure out of that? We don't make a figure out of that recoil. We make a bust out of it. And where would the natural stopping or the ending point of it be? Right where the keyboard is. So that is, well, I don't know. What is it? Oh, God, not meshy. What's the one where you can take images and try to make something vaguely 3D out of them? Sorry that you got that cold there, Bithron. Here's hoping that you feel better soon. Oh, wait. Let me get some of that. There's way too big of a chunk of paint in there. Again, trying to get these things flatter and flatter as they go in the distance there. Rico, is it still kind of a bit of a hard thing getting the hobby mojo going with work being crazy and stuff? Okay, where's this thing? Nope, that's got a bunch of thinner all over it, so I'm gonna use this thing. So again, I just plop the paint down there. We grab this, there's no paint on it, and then we just fade all that together. So yeah, surface tension, we gotta have all the good stuffs, the bacon bitses. The cheeses, the scallions, all that stuff's got to go on the tater. Of course, surface tension says, well, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Do we have it here? Well, we'll use this. Oh, wait, either one. He ruins it. He ruins it. So look at, he's got himself a tater right there. He's going to hit you with that tater. It was a little easier to find him than that one right there. Ah, that'd be fantastic recoil. I'm hoping that eventually you get a chance to do some streaming there. At what also to I know you got the podcast, all those things that you're working on too. The podcast, all those things. I guess now Rottweiler, he's still painting his stern guard, right? Recoil. More of that was a little bit too big of a chunk right there. That's all right. Again, look at where my hand is on this brush here. Hashtag no death grip on the brush, right? So we got this over here. Speaking of edges, though, okay, this is gonna be adventurous. Let me get this stuff out of here. Maybe we'll use this brush right here. Thank you so much, Hangerhead. Appreciate that. Oh, that's running dangerously low. Thank you so much, Hangerhead. Appreciate that. All right, we'll see you later. There's surface tension, and well, good. I guess yeah, the death orb is gonna dry that out pretty quick, right? Right, surface tension. So appreciate that, Hangerhead. Of course, happy Friday. Nope, too dark. Let's do this again. All right, we got again our not Severus blue. We take that over here. We're gonna get our not radiant blue. We combine them, and finally, what we have just right. Maybe a touch more of the. Now again, we're kind of using a stippling type of a brush. Just see that? Just a stippling type of, not this. It's going to smear stuff together. We don't want that. So 80 again. I'm glad that things, I don't know. I guess sort of kind of more on the plus side now. I guess I don't want to say, well, you can kind of see the, well, you never want to see the light at the end of the tunnel because sometimes that's a train. Still too dark. Have we got it kind of in between ish? Okay, yeah, that'll work there. Now there's a. What about this tater over here? We got a weird hard edge on this tater. Let's do something with that. Oh wow, yeah, that was difficult. That took like a half a second there. Gonna yeah, fine. We'll use that to soften up some stuffs here. Same up there. Some of these little guys also taking not necessarily all the edge off them, but just some. Like here, we've got this one hard edge over here. That is all the rest of that much softer edge on the rest of our potatoes there. Well, I guess Arathu, if the train is coming from behind you, you'll get out of the tunnel a lot faster, right, Arathu? So maybe that's a plus right there. Well, the one bummer was AD that they never did offer that almost what was it, like the Terminator type, the thing where you could just kind of control it with your arms and legs, and it would have made you about 12 feet tall. Was it the thing? I think Avatar had one of those. I think the Alien movies had one of those, right? It's too bad they didn't offer you one of those while you were in your recovery mode. Just think about it, AD. There would be no shenanigans at the bowling alley if you had one of those and you were just kind of walking around in one of those things. I think everything would be very orderly. More of our. God, Chuck, just so many little teensy stars back there. So you can see we're kind of playing off the little clusters that we made with the spatter. And of course, since everything is all about food, I was just thinking, what was it? It was Midsummer Murder. Oh, the Golden Clusters. That's right. That crazy cookie factory. And the Golden Clusters biscuits. Of course, they're biscuits, not cookies. Or crisps, I guess. AD, I guess if you started to flip over like M1 Abrams tanks with it or something like that, that's where I could see them having a little bit of an issue. I don't know how many more little stars as we want to fool around with there. Because again, the more of those there are, it kind of detracts from these. But hopefully that kind of looks like it's softer stuff and then it's brighter and a harder edge. And it looks like it's just about to impact here too. Couple more lights on the end of these guys. Also this one here. Yeah, look at my. I only got 2 fingers on the brush. Also, so everybody, please check out the link that Armored Wolf just shared. That's the YouTube channel there. We actually did throw one of the old sessions, and I mean we're talking about a couple of years ago. Arch Villain, yeah, that was in the pre-glade, and guaranteed Egyptian Violet on that one. Yeah, you like Egyptian Violet, the king of all violets. That was prominently featured on that new bit, but it's basically one of our old Twitch sessions again that cannot live on Twitch anymore. Again, doing this little bit of stipply thing here, trying to catch just a little bit of light on the edges of our cloud. Let me scare up my reference super quick here. You know what? I'm going to do. Oh, geez, yeah, okay. Some of these smaller. Gotta lighten up some of these. Yep. Let's do that. Hey there, Roland. How you doing? So yeah, Roland Ray. It's kind of funny because well, Planet X was well. Let's see. They were looking for Planet X, and then along came. Come on, where are you at? Where are you at? That. And then people said, no, that's not Planet X. So I've. It seems like about every year, year and a half or so, there's some kind of a hint as to the discovery of that. It would be very fun if that were the case. I only saw something. Oh, gee whiz. I think it was about a week and a half ago, Roland, that I saw something about that. So I haven't seen anything since. Don't know if there's been any new info or anything like that, say in the last week or something like that. I know it popped up on my Facebook, popped up on my Insta. I'll know when Simon Whistler is doing a video about it, because obviously he's got his geographics channel, his mega projects channel, and all that other kind of stuff. Okay, so again, I think we got that pretty intensified. Those right there, nice and muted. I'm actually going to try and extend this because we're trying to smush this one a little bit more. So this might just do the trick here. Is that a little too dark? Fine, we got this. We'll do this now. So I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking, yeah, why don't we just trim over here a little bit of that? There we go. Okay. I'm going to cut a little bit more right here. That's what we needed to do. You can see just how difficult that was. That took, I don't know, like 27 seconds to do that. Yeah, that was rough. Let's do a little bit more of our thinning down of this one. Same deal over here. I'll scrunch this one down. Okay, there, it's been smushed that way a little bit. Good enough. This one, don't have to smush that one, but these two are almost the same size here. So I'm going to take this right here. We're going to try and alter this. That was too much thinner. All right. Okay, yeah. Now, also too, we couldn't have two things with the same kind of an edge, one next to the other. Yeah. By virtue of wiping out that, now we've got a nice dark edge around that one. Okay, that all worked out just fine. Maybe take away a little bit more of the blue there. I kind of like that little bit of extra dark on the upper part of the edge there too. Back to my ultralight color again here, maybe for some more of these. Down there. Bit more of that up here too. Yeah, so bits around. I'll have to see if how far back this goes. Is it like all of the clips going back to the early days and stuff, or is it only just clips made in the last month or two or something like that? Again, the only reason I'm even aware of this is because Twitch and YouTube are all being crazy there. And in the effort to try and figure out what was going on, I went, wait, what is this stuff? So you can see now I'm trying to have some of this come forward. It's not just a straight, like it's all just flat. That's why we got, oh, and also that's why there's three of these. Three different links to these, right? Instead of just two of them. So you want usually an odd number, 1, 3, 5, something like that. Basically, you can export them directly to your Instagram. And basically, it becomes like an Instagram reel, except it's coming from your Twitch channel. It's just, I didn't realize that some folks had made clips. I think, Camda, you clipped, maybe you clipped like a Gandalf appearance or something like that. And I know Denethor, I think he clipped a colored chart. No, he might have clipped a film noir or something. Now, okay, here we're going to try to roughen up that surface now that we took this and kind of squished that down. Yeah, squishing that down a little bit. What's going on with this one? No, I don't really want to fool around with that one because, again, we got this right at, oh, okay, we'll just try doing this. A little something right there. It's just weird that I don't think it, oh, that's it, Bitra. I don't think it gives you notifications anymore that people might have clipped something. Because you used to always see the notification when you clipped stuff. Okay, I'm not do too much more light on our rocky things there. Let me go back to my essentially yellow ochre here. It's funny because on the palette it looks super light. You get it out here, it's not quite so light. Why? Because it's also an opaque color. And that will happen with like your Puro orange or something. Your cadmium colors for sure. You say, whoa, look at this. This cadmium's going to be nice and this cadmium yellow will be nice and light. You get it out there, you say, whoa, what happened? That's because it's so opaque. Nope, leave that part alone up there. What about down here? And trying to do a little something more here with these, with our craters there. More of that. Let's see, then I'm gonna get rid of some of that thinner. That's fine. Okay. There we go. That's what I need. We still have some of that kind of almost like a semi-greenish color right there. When we do a quick little film noir, especially look at this up here, and again the greenish stuff. We'll take all that away. So what are we left with? Mostly, well, value contrast, edge contrast. We got two things. We don't have saturation contrast. We don't have color contrast or temperature contrast. Now we're starting to get a little bit of color and temperature coming back, coming back, coming back. There we go. Whoops. Not that far. There we go. More of our, again, it's now it's almost a bit like a, it's almost a bit like raw sienna. Wow, there's a color that, geez, when's the last time I used that? Well, I've made that color many times. The last time I specifically used raw sienna, holy smokes, that was years ago. course, as a cooking channel here or whatever, a cuisine channel, we cannot advocate raw sienna because you never know. Usually, you want to cook your siennas first to make them safe. Darken up this a little bit on the inside here. Now, of course, it's a delicate balance. You leave it in there too long, you're going to end up with a burnt sienna. Don't be greedy. Don't be hasty. Okay, not that much blue in there. That's looking kind of funky. So I'm going to get rid of some of that. Okay. Too much thinner again. So we go back over here. We get rid of some of that. Like you do. A little bit of our more of our light there. Nope, still not light enough. Guess that'll do it there. Ah, and yet it still remains best. Planet right recoil. It says, you just wait, I'll be back. That actually, oh, there was a Pluto shirt. I think I actually ran across that today. Oh, it was, I think 1937 to 2000 whatever. I do believe it was 1937 when Clyde Tombaugh discovered that. Could be wrong, but I think it was 1937. Now this over here, it's like, is there a crater there? Is there not? I think I might try to develop a little something here. Okay, and then about there. I guess, no. Let me use this lighter stuff up here first before we get down into our fast matte white. Now we're getting somewhere. Also, too, this actually had to be even more round. We need to make this one more round because of where it is and our the perspective and everything. Is that too light up there? Okay, I'm going to stroll on over here to some of our reddish brown then. Maybe solidify the top edge of this with this. Ah, that's the other thing we got to mess around with here. Okay, what do we got? We got this. And we're just going to do that. Fine. See you later there, AD. Have yourself a fabulous night. I know it's super, super late there. Actually, recoil. That sounds an awful lot like it should be like a Battlefleet Gothic fleet or something like that. Or no, one of our space fleets. Actually, it sounds like something out of Babylon 5 recoil. It sounds like I think it sounds like Night's Watch to me. Wasn't it Night Watch recoil on B5? And doesn't Zack become part of Night Watch? I could swear that was the name of it there. Now I got a little bit of the radiant violet mixed in there. All right. Well, Rico, now there's something that I haven't now seen in quite some time. Is Babylon 5? Okay, I'll do it. I will do it. I got this stuff over here. So he does become part of Night Watch. Okay. Now Rico, all of a sudden now I'm visualizing there's got to be some kind of AI visualization of beef. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it would. Again, sometimes it'll say, well, I can't do that, right? So I don't know if we can do. Probably won't let you do any B5 imagery. Actually, well, recoil. You know what it is? It's because they're in cahoots with the shadows. That's what it is. They're in cahoots with the shadows. I mean, why do you think they wouldn't let anybody go to the surface of Epsilon 3? So I think it's all shadow-oriented propaganda. Yeah, more. Yeah, that's gonna continue closer to where that crater is there. Yeah, an awful lot of B5 stuff shows up on my Facebook feed. I think pretty much not a day goes by there's not more some kind of B5 whatever that shows up there. I guess the autocorrect monster trying to get it one or two more licks there. I think he's angry, Recoil, that you revealed his image. Yeah, see, you couldn't see him before, but now you've revealed the image of him. It's like the shadows. Yeah, because you couldn't see him. They were always, yeah, they were always right there, but they were kind of like out of phase or something like that. And only Morden could see him or whatever. Yeah, I think you can expect more attacks there, Recoil, from the autocorrect monster now that you've revealed his identity and what he looks like. He is definitely a fearsome creature, but I do think, Rico, you could make a bust out of that because that the keyboard, that would be the end of the bust, right? And it would just stop there. I think that would actually work really well. I'm gonna go back over here to this again. It's almost a bit of a reddish brown. Trying to, again, squish this a little bit further. So there is some kind of an app that will let you take an image and make a rudimentary sort of three-dimensional file out of it. And that is how your fabulous creations return into these. And again, trying to get those to folks so they can print those up, and then we can again try to be painting those in October for our CathyCon. And hopefully some folks will be doing some maybe some one-offs or something like that there. Maybe in Discord, whatever. Now that was me trying to smash a bug, and then the light gave way. So I'll have to try and undo that after the stream. Either that or there is no more recoil and he has been uh, subsumed by the autocorrect monster. Yeah, now that really is starting to look like it's part of this, so instead of just like literally superimposed over the top. It almost was looking like that at first. It's a little different now. I think we've got it leveled down to the soil here. I can maybe put a little bit more of it down there because I don't think my hand is going to be hitting that quite so much. It should be very interesting to see, what Instagram does, making a little step-by-step animation out of these, or it might be even more interesting to use maybe that Skynet for that. That could be interesting. I think, okay, we got that. Pop a little bit of lights on the edge of that. Also, I'm trying to scrunch that one down a little. That's getting a little too light, though. Now we got, okay, consider it scrunched. Scrunching that one, too. More of that. Little bit, as again, that's kind of a mid-tone. That's not a light. That's very much a mid-tone. Now, some of these guys, I was looking at that and see the nice uneven edge there. I'm going to try and do that on some of these guys where the edge is a little too symmetrical. Trying to, again, rocky up the edge of that a little. Any more of a light out there? Nah. That's enough over there. This is something I was thinking about. Tori, let me grab A little bit. We don't have to go too crazy with the reflected light on these guys. Maybe we just. Little touch right there, because now we got that darker blue there. That one's a little bit too wide there. But we also welcome in Isidore. How you doing there, Isidore? So Isidore, were you doing some salamanders on stream there? And of course, Isidore, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everyone, please give Isidore27 a follow. So great to see you there, Isidore. It's Flat Thursdays. It is Flat Thursdays now. Last Thursday, it was Space Shadowfax, Space Balrog. The week before that, Space Sauron. We got Space Gandalf, Space Lion, Space Wolf, Space Australia. So that's been, well, this is now Thursday number 8 since Adepticon. Of course, now we get to do this. We don't usually get to do sci-fi oriented puppet shows like this, but there's our General Grievous. We just painted this, uh, put it up on the Patreon page just the other day, actually yesterday. Now, Isidore, I know you just finished your stream, so it's not like you got a bunch of pictures of that. But if you got any work in progress things or something along those lines that you wanted to share, please go ahead. And again, everybody, please give Isidore27 a follow. More of our dark gray. This is all we're done with the oils. It's the same stuff we use on our miniatures, whether it's and of course here was we'll be painting another one of these on our Friday stream. So another one of our mounted barristers here. We'll be painting one of those. I think we've done 3 of those on stream now. So again, everybody please give Isidore27 a follow. And again, you want to Insta link, Discord, whatever you want to share that, please go ahead. We still do have some of our blue here. Gonna maybe work that in up. I'm gonna get more thinner on that, I guess. Wow, it was okay. There we are. Like so. So here. More there. Bingo. Soften up some of this now. Same deal here. Yeah, you know what? That we don't need that star right there. I think we're also gonna simplify that a little bit. What is happening here? We gotta click a crazy little one of our asteroids. We're gonna get rid of that too, perhaps. Everybody check out that Discord link that Isidore just shared, and please give Isidore27 a follow if you could. That'd be fabulous. Okay, yeah, that makes a little more sense now to kind of free that up. There's a little bit of a tangent right there. I'm trying to avoid those. Nope, that is not enough. Okay, yeah, I think that helps a bunch. Well, that actually that's fantastic, Isidore. Right, to have multiple things to work on. If the thing you intended to work on, maybe it just is not happening at that point in that session, you say, all right, fine, this is going to get set off to the side. We're just going to mess around with something else. That's actually a great way to salvage a work session, right, Isidore? That is fantastic advice from Isidore right there. Just like, okay, fine. For whatever reason, what I thought was going to be possible and just it's not happening right now. Let me try something else. And then sometimes you come back to that thing that was just being so frustrating and you say, okay, well, why is it so easy now? What was going on before? Let me see, 5 hours, 6 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. It was just basically a blank white piece of hot press illustration board. And since then, well, we might have added one or two things to it, just a little bit. Working up again more of these edges here of our craters. Something more here. Do that up there. So again, that still is a little bit of a greenish tint because we got the kind of the yellow ochre here and then some of the blue. They mix together there. Don't think I need any more. Yeah, no more edges on those on our taters, our sky taters out there. Don't need any more edges on those. Gonna work in a little bit of our light down here. So we still have some of our fast matte white intact here. Right in there. Been trying to almost make it look like it's boulders, chunks, whatever strewn about there. Fine, we'll have some of that over the. Yeah, okay, that's it. Maybe even a little bit more over here, too. Mostly, yeah, my finger's been sitting on that, so that's probably another reason why that keeps getting wiped out there. Okay, yeah, that also is bringing this forward. I mean, technically, it would be the closest thing to you. And the whole picture here, this element here is the closest to us. So hardest edges probably. And dropping in a few more of our lights there as well. Throw some more of that out here too. there. Okay. Yeah, that. Yep, let's lighten up that part of the crater. So we did this one over here. We got to do it on that one. I think, yeah, that one I did. Yeah, we got to carve that one out a little bit more because it is, it's in front of this one. No, 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 no. Let me tone that down a little here. Yep, like that again. That just use it like a blending brush there. But I do think now, well, now it's after 4 in the morning and we've been doing this over 5 hours. It is time to do printing stuff and food stuff because that would be basically supper time. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for doing all the moderations. Appreciate that. Of course, appreciate all the bits and the subs and the follows, the cheers, also the raids. Appreciate that. And yeah, we'll be painting up this on our on Sunday. We're going to be painting this up as our Linseed Fellowship color scheme right there. And on our next stream, which is basically just hours from now, we will be painting up another one of the mounted barristers here from Creature Caster. So thanks, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. Celia, Camda, Denethor, Recoil, Bitron, AD, everybody. Thanks again, Isidore, for the raid. And good night to everybody there, and good night there, Camden. And we'll see you guys again just a matter of hours from now. Uh, be there for sure. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you then.